Good morning. We are about to start the third day of the conference. It is my pleasure to welcome you today as well, and I hope that by now you made a lot of contacts with each other and that you also enjoyed yesterday's visit, which I think it was very interesting. So my role today, before we start with the sessions, which are going to be, I promise, very interesting, is try to get us back into what was discussed yesterday and try to see whether we can make sense of it. There was a lot of information on the table, very different, in a way very scattered, and I think it has been difficult to put it together, and I like to thank very much the two reporters in the conference, which you may not have met them, but they are both back there, Maite and Carlos Mario, who are doing an excellent job of trying to make sense of everything we are doing here. Okay, so the two issues we discussed is really making the business case for integrated energy, water planning and investment. So we look at how research and technology can do something about, making the case for integrated planning and investment, whether companies can do that, the private sector, and what are the government's responses. And we look at, what the US is doing and what the Dutch government was doing and all this work that the UNECE is doing with governments. We also looked at the industry partnerships to ensure water and energy efficiencies, and we looked at the industries as a unit of production, how they are improving in a combined way, water and energy efficiency, and we also had some lessons learned from public-private partnerships, mainly from the leadership of the energy sector. I think so. It was a little bit of a combination between industries as a user and then energy providers. Those were the two types that we had yesterday. I think for one of the, so I'm trying just to highlight some messages. I'm not trying to do a summary, I can promise, okay, don't worry. But just some ideas that maybe help us, understand that we're having a conversation here in the conference, and that there is some ideas that are starting to come through. And some ideas are partly of what we discussed the first day, Kathleen, so that's useful. So one of the things is that cooperation through partnerships is not an option between water and energy. And I know some people may be still skeptical whether that's possible or that's useful or whether that's a must. So that's something that we can further discuss today. I think, for the evidence yesterday, it seemed that governments need technological and business partners. A lot of what has been happening in the water and energy nexus is driven by the industry, is driven by business, is driven, and that information needs to come through and flow through to governments. There is no obvious technical solutions. I think that was clear. Some solutions are good for something and they are worse for something else, and you just really have to make sure that you understand the trade-offs and what you're doing. So maybe some things will cost you more for the environment and it will be better for improving access. So you really need to be aware of those. And so there is no one, I think several people say this, and I know that we repeat this in the UN all the time, and nobody knows exactly what it means, but there is no one size fits all. But basically, I think the message there is that we have to be more careful about looking at the context and where are we, and I think that's the real message there. The question of whether there are complex technology choices, there was a lot of conversation there about technology yesterday. But maybe what at the end of the day, my impression is that there was not that complex when we focus on the right choices. So maybe, really depends on what we are doing. For example, the idea of water consumption and withdrawal, that there was so much discussion about the difference in the energy sector, really depends on the type of cooling system. Nothing can be said a priori about the best cooling systems, so location, water abundance and reliability, incentives. So what is best for different places? It will depend on how much water there is, obviously, and what are the sources of energy which are available. So don't think that because there is a good solution in the US, everybody has to do it, or because there is a good solution in Germany. So the question is that we need to look at the resource endowment. What is there, what is in the different places. So technology choices are open, and water use is really a matter of business and policy choices. So we had this idea that from water intensive through dry cooling and hybrid systems in between. I think this idea of hybrid systems, it was very interesting. I don't know how you feel about that. I think our colleague from the US is not here yet. But I think this idea that you can have more adaptive technology depending even on the time in the year. When there is times in the year, or whether there is a dry period and a wet period, that you can have these hybrid systems, and you can have cooling systems which are more water intensive in some periods, and you can have dry systems in periods which are not wet. And also we had these examples from Abengoa on affordable energy for developing and arid countries. So I think there was some conversation about this idea of the lock-in. Innovations are needed to address lock-in issues and prevent rebound effects. I think this idea that we are locked into energy solutions already, and we have so much investments in this that doesn't allow us to come out and think about other energy options and other water options. So that was something that I think it did come through in terms of this idea of innovation, because you have the innovation, but at the same time you have all these investments already that you need to do something with it, and all the countries are doing this. So we had this idea that for example, from BP, the project in Australia, that the local knowledge is essential. So this idea that just look at what happens there. And also from India and South Africa, it was, in the UNEP session, it was very clear that there was a mismatch. You have to really look at the energy choice and what happens in relation to these lock-in effects. There was also something interesting about how water scarcity is a driver for energy innovation. And so, for example, just giving an example down in the bottom in my slide. So the energy cost might be a driver for innovation in the water sector. And there was a case that you didn't see it, but it was here in the side event in Spain, how natural pressurized delivery of water for irrigation in Spain has been triggered by the fact that the energy costs have increased for farmers. And also water costs might be a driver of innovation in the energy sector, and I think there was good examples here in the USA and South Africa. So the pricing issue, it came to the table. How we price energy, how we price water, that was also part of the conversation. And part of the conversation also, Catherine, was back to governance. Some of the points you made at the very first day. The critical role of water governing institutions and the issue of viability. There was quite a lot of emphasis being made in the UNIDO session about how you need any of these innovations or any of these efficiency gains to be viable for companies. And I think the back to governance, I think we had a very, very strong point from our US colleague about the importance of properly enforced water property rights as a precondition to make sustainable choices in the energy sector. If we don't have that's a problem. And I think many people were commenting on your presentation after the event, so it was really interesting. So, for example, there was examples in relation to fracking. That if fracking companies have the right incentives, they will do their best to minimize water consumption. So there was some conversation about that. Water scarcity signals might push irrigated biofuels back as a viable energy source. If there is water scarcity and there is the right prices, maybe biofuels will go back to what role they can have. And again, there was some discussion that some countries biofuels may make sense because they have a lot of water anyway, but in other countries it may not make so much sense. Okay. Also, I think there was a very strong message about that partnerships are a marathon rather than a sprint. And so don't think that we are going to... I don't know whether you heard, but the US case was very clear. They've been working together with governments for how many? 20 years there was? There was a long process. And so I think don't try to make too much too soon, but capitalize on the attractiveness of the first easiest steps. But recognizing that all the partners will have self-interest, I think that was part of my question also to the panel here. And also that the idea that you have to have a stable regulatory frameworks to drive innovation. I think that's something that sounds very true for the water sector as well. You know, we all need these stable regulatory frameworks, otherwise we cannot operate in any countries. And I think we had this nice idea about partnerships that, for example, in the case of the hydropower sustainable assessment protocol, the idea that the partnerships were creating this legitimacy to their work. You know, once they produced it, they went into this wider partnerships, and that allowed them both to scale up and also to legitimate the product. So that was part of the partnership benefits, if you want. There was quite a lot of conversations about the role of the public incentives in promoting new partnerships and innovation. So we had, I don't know whether he's here, AP Water, so saying that there is money, but don't rely too much on that money. I mean, there was two conversations here. I don't know whether you noticed. On the one UNIDO-Carlsberg case, it was very clear that it was made viable by the fact that they had this big GEF project behind it, and that allowed them to really push forward. On the other hand, you had the European Union saying there is some money there, but there is, it needs to be also interested for the partners themselves. You know, the money coming from outside is not enough. I think that was more or less my. Of course, you may disagree, and I'll be very happy to hear from you if you don't. So, because these things will go into the conference conclusions. So, if you might have some comments on that, that would be great. Then just moving a little bit more, although I'm mixing, as you see, all the presentation, is that we from the UNEP session, I think we got a very clear message that don't look only at the technical issues. I think they were reacting to the fact that we were talking too much about technical solutions, so Alice, you will be happy about that. And that energy and water efficiency is much more than that, and we need to open it up. And I think that links very well also to what UNIDO said. And I think that also links to the first presentation at the beginning, Kathleen, when you were talking about the multiple parameters that you have to attain with water and energy nexus. So that was part of it also, the conversation yesterday with UNIDO on how they see it, that you really need to see this as much more complex, multiple of objectives. We also talk about the scaling up, and UNIDO told us that the scaling up, there is some rules of the game to scaling up. And they have a little bit of like a protocol on how to try to make all the work that they have been doing transferable. And again, link sustainability to financial gains, benchmarking company performance, training and monitoring, and follow a flexible approach depending on the company size and baseline, and again, enabling financial incentives. So I think that was more or less their protocol or their guidelines to ensure that some of these good practices were scaled up. We discussed about information. I don't know if my colleague from South Africa is here, but and we also talk about there are still many information gaps. Many times, but there is always this issue. We always want more information. So to what extent you have more information? But it's clearly that in this case, it seems to me that energy companies are investing in water accounting. So it must say something. It must say something that they really need this information and they need it better. So there is some information gaps. There was also some issues about which kind of models we have, again, like we had in the first day, and whether these are good enough and whether they are sensitive to water prices, but maybe not to water shortages. So there is a number of things that people want to see better, and how they consider water as an emission rather than a carrier. So I think that's something that we need to improve. And again, it came all the conversation about the difference between water consumption and withdrawal, and what do we do with this, and this intensity of measuring the water intensity of the different processes was also something important. So good news that some of the concepts are coming back and the people are concerned about them. And then now, that's for the content. And probably you heard much more, and you had many more ideas that came out from yesterday. So the idea is just to come back here and make sure that all the messages that were discussed yesterday still stay in our brains, and we can relate it also to what we will be discussing today. Today we will be discussing about local partnerships on water and energy, and we will be discussing about policy research and innovation partnerships for water and energy. The first session will have 2 panels. The first panel will be led by Aquafed, who will be here in a second, Jack Moss, and we will have 2 interesting cases, which I will let you present them. And the second panel is led by ICLEI, Barbara Anton, who is also here, and we'll discuss about partnerships of local and sub-national authorities, a little bit more focus on improving household consumption, but not only, no, as I understand. We again have a side event of half an hour about the World Water Week, and we have Siwi here, so thank you very much for that. And I think we have the Sustainable for All initiative also, who are going to partner with them. The afternoon, again, we have 2 panels, one on policy research. I think my colleague Safar Adil makes sense that we still need to know more about this linkage, that we don't know enough and we don't know how to explain it enough, so maybe we deal with that. And also about what innovation partnerships exist, so more in relation to technology, but not only. We will end up at 6 trying to, the UN people who are here, we will try to give you our feedback of the sense we have made of everything you have said. So let's try to make sure that we can take some things, and we will not be able to say everything that has been said, but at least we will try to make sense and see how we can take some of this to the World Water Day. And finally, there is again a side event on Spain, on how, not on the Nexus challenges, but on the Nexus management, so how they are managing the Nexus. And they are inviting us after that. They are inviting us for dinner outside. So if you want to stay, so that you will have dinner. In a way, it's an incentive for you to stay. As an incentive. Okay, so I didn't want to go today into the specifics of the objectives and of the sessions, because you are going to do it. So I think I will try to do that. So that's all from me. I don't know if you have any comments, questions, or just we proceed to the session that everybody is looking forward to it.
I have a suggestion. We see you at dinner this evening.
Why?
Nothing to do between now and then.
Okay, so I would like to then start. We are just on time, no? It's 9:30 now. You have your panelists here?
We see one panelist, but not mine.
Okay. So it is my pleasure to introduce to you our colleague Jack Moss, who is the senior water specialist in Aquafed, and very hardworking and positive partner for you on water. I think I will say that.
Thank you.
And I will leave you to present your panelists and run your panel. Thank you very much.
That's the one. Good. Okay, that's it. Good. Well, good morning, everybody. Accidents happen in life. I've got 2 accidents that have created a little bit of difficulty for me this morning. One is that my computer collapsed last night, and the few changes that I was going to make to the slides, which I found were a bit repetitive on some of the things that have been said for the last couple of days, I can't change. Because I can't get at them. And the other accident that seems to happen is that between dinner last night and this morning, I appear to have lost a panelist. So we'll do our best. What I intended to do was give you a bit of an overview of the subject matter, partnerships between water and energy utilities. And then I was going to do that, I hope, in a storytelling mode, and I have, hopefully, 3 partners who will tell their story very briefly, and then we will have a discussion between ourselves, and then hopefully with you. So let me see if I can, first of all, make some sense of the presentation. So what I'm going to try and talk about is partnerships between water and energy utilities. Well, my first problem when I looked at all this was that I actually couldn't find very many real formalized examples of partnerships between energy and water utilities. That might be because we aren't defining utility correctly, or that might be because we're not looking at partnerships correctly. So anyway, I'm going to try and run through what I see from 30 years of experience in the water industry, and so there's a water industry bias in my bit. What's similar between water and energy activities, what's different, some of the key things we've talked about over the last few days, and maybe I'll skip over those. And then we have our 3 case studies and our discussion. I thought it might be interesting to start off by telling you 2 little tiny stories about my own life when I joined the water industry from construction 30 years ago. And one of the first things I experienced moving to be shown around a water company just outside Paris in an area with reasonable degree of relief and a lot of quite a high density of domestic living. And I was very surprised to see that the research program of the company at the time was trying to use artificial intelligence systems, 30 years ago, artificial intelligence systems to try to optimize the use of the energy in the system. Because water is very heavy, a ton a cubic meter. Electricity is very expensive at peak periods. People want to wash their faces and go to the toilet at exactly the same time as the electricity is expensive. And therefore, if you can put water on the top of the hill early in the morning, so it runs downhill when the electricity is expensive, you can make huge savings. And so this was one of the first IT experiments that I was faced with 30 years ago. So energy has always been an extremely important component of water management. Rule of thumb, 30% of operational costs is in energy, which is not the same way as water is in energy production. And I think we could also say that for energy production, the investments in the capital equipment, the generating stations, the dams and so on, is a hugely expensive bit, but the operating component of the energy is tiny. The water in energy is tiny, which is not the same thing in the water industry. What was the other story I was going to tell you? What was the other story I was going to tell them? Never mind, I won't tell you another story because I can't remember what it was. So, now back to the thesis. First of all, are water and energy partnerships common? And it seems that they're not. I have not been able to find very many. And I thought, well, as I can't find very many concrete examples, cast back into my life about 15 years ago, there was an awful lot of talk by the consultants, the McKinseys of this world, about multi-utilities. So perhaps I should concentrate on multi-utilities. Can I find some of those that would give you the example? Well, the truth of the matter is multi-utilities is a language that you hear very little of now, and there are really not that many multi-utilities delivering water and energy around the world. Actually, I think I have one partially, at least, beside me here. So that didn't really work. I also am involved very much with the UN at the moment on the SDGs, and I thought, well, isn't it odd that there's a good water chapter in the outcome from the Rio document, there's a good energy chapter in the outcome document, but neither of the other mention the other fluid. There's no mention of energy in the water chapter and no mention of water in the energy chapter. So perhaps these links aren't as close as they might be. But it could be that we actually don't know what we're talking about in terms of the words of partnership. Well, I think we exhausted that subject yesterday, Josephina, so I'm not going to go back on that one. I think it's more likely that actually, certainly at the working level, the technologies are not terribly compatible. It's an old truism that energy, water and electricity don't mix. Sahil. Oh, it's Casey's coat off. Good. Pleased he's arrived. So maybe it is that the technologies are, certainly at the engineering and operational level, aren't as compatible as we think they are, and that may be true. And can we find any other barriers that get in the way? So on the assumption at the moment that there are some difficulties, the next question linked to this discussion here is it worth trying to stimulate partnerships between the water and energy sector? What benefits could that give? And I do think there are some real advantages that we ought to be looking at, and indeed I think a lot of both water and energy companies are already doing this. And the three perhaps key words there are: how do these two vital fluids fit into sustainable development? How do they both link with climate change? What is the growing role of water stress? What impact is that going to have on utilities? And to what extent can we use the post-2015 development agenda as a catalyst to improve the way we use these two very different resources? So I don't know whether there's a sensible question to pose, Josephina, but that's the ones that I've put into my mind frame. So let's start off with some of the key similarities between companies that provide water supply and those that supply energy services. And they're probably pretty obvious for most of you. They are almost always a networked service. They depend on having centers of production of some kind, producing the raw material, and then networks to distribute that raw material to the various different kinds of users. I should stress here, I am now not going to be talking about irrigation utilities. I'm purely talking about basically urban water supply and urban electricity supply. Because of these networks and because of this centralized infrastructure, they all exert a fairly high level of natural monopoly. There is a possibility of a certain degree of competition between these services, but it is a very limited possibility. They also sell what the economists would call an undifferentiated product. That's to say, you can't tell the difference of the water that comes out of the tap of Canal Isabel and the one that comes out of the tap next door that's provided by Veolia. And unless one of them is really abysmal in terms of quality, you can't tell the difference. And so there's no possibility of using price differential to mark the quality of the service or value added in the service that's provided. They are also, I refer to them as fluids. They're absolutely vital for the operation of any modern society, from the simple survival level that you have to have a minimum amount of water to hydrate each day, to the fact that luxury activities, be it a hot shower or your television at night, won't work unless you have one or other, and often both of these things. So that they're very crucial to modern society. And I think it's very important that we remember that when we're talking in terms of the bottom of the pyramid, the reality is that there are probably 2.5 billion people on this world who don't have access to adequate water supply to drink or to energy to cook and to use the water to provide food and so on. So there's a very large number of people still on this planet who don't have the services we expect. And providing the services to those people actually needs for us to spend more time thinking about the habitat that is being served by both those services and indeed sanitation and one or two others, rather than thinking there's an energy problem and there's a water problem. And unfortunately, the production of statistics hasn't really helped us in that context. Which means that water poverty and energy poverty are a reflection of the state of the world, and they are, generally speaking, affecting the same people. And finally, we're really realizing more and more how the combined impacts of energy, and I'm using shorthand when I'm using the word energy here. Essentially, I'm now talking about electricity or oil. those are the two things that really we're talking about. Coal is in the equation, but much less so. So there are real ways we should be thinking about the environment, and all three of those dimensions of energy that I've just been talking about do link directly to all three dimensions of sustainable development, which kind of makes my argument we need to think about it for post-2015. We need to take that seriously. But there are also some very significant key differences that we need to take into account, many of which we talked about yesterday, but not all of them. So I'm going to skip through this slide, not talk about all of them. But the first is the language and concepts used by experts in these two areas, particularly electricity and water supply, are often very different. And I discovered this 5 or 6 years ago when we were kicking off a water and energy project in the WBCSD, and we found the first thing was that it was very difficult to get the engineers to talk to one another. They could talk to one another, but to understand one another. They were using very similar concepts, but totally different words. And perhaps the simplest way, and I hope to put in a slide from the experience of yesterday in this, is the way the two industries talk about themselves. In the water industry, we talk all the time about the water cycle. Yesterday, we heard people talking about the value chain in energy. I can't quite remember the term you used, Laurent, but it was definitely from source to sink approach. As a linear view of energy and a circular view of water. I think also history has caused things to diverge. Looking from where we do in the developed world, if you look back 100 years, you would have found, and I've had the opportunities to visit a number of sites where you would have found a municipal electricity, water, gas, sanitation company doing all of those things all together on one site with a tiny gasworks, a tiny power station, a tiny water treatment plant, and a tiny sewage treatment plant, all in the same place. Water and sanitation have tended to stay at that municipal level for geographic and economic reasons, whereas electricity has tended to expand to national, if not international level, which has affected the way people think about these things. It's affected the role it plays in planning and a whole host of other points. I think, given time, I'll skip the rest, but you'll be able to pick those up and understand what we're talking about. Now, again, this is going to be a summary of what was said yesterday to a large extent, more than anything else. If you look at water for energy, the energy people's view of water, what struck me first is that most energy planners think simply of water as a fuel. Hydroelectricity, it's a fuel. Okay, that's all it is. And it's a very cheap fuel at that. The next thing is they think of it as an energy transfer system. In other words, they heat it up, make it into steam, drive it through a turbine, and out the other end comes electricity. And so it's pretty important to think about hot water and steam when you're an energy man. It's then considered a pollution remover. Heat, as I said yesterday, is a pollution, and so steam is an effective way of removing the pollution in the process, which was talked about a lot. Perhaps a little less obvious is actually it's very difficult to store electricity, as we always know. One way of storing electricity is to put it into water in some shape or form. Either use surplus electricity to pump it up the hill, or keep the water in one place until you want to meet your peak flow, and so on. Sometimes it's used in transporting energy around, particularly transporting coal and oil around the world, but that's not really the kind of water we're talking about today. And increasingly, we ought to take a closer look at the production of water, or use of water in the production of fuels. We talked a lot about fracking yesterday, so I won't go back to that one. But there's also a growing realization that the produced water that comes from the oil industry is something that we ought to pay more attention to. But it is very, very highly polluted water and very difficult to handle. But it's interesting to note that in the water engineering world, the focus on produced water is growing. I think we've also talked significantly over the last couple of days about the links between water and biomass and biofuels in energy production, so I won't dwell on those, and hence water and renewables. Energy for water. The first point is to come back to what I said a few moments ago. We really can't run any modern water service without energy. No energy, no water. No water, no business. So the chain is important. And energy efficiency has been a focus of the management of the water industry for a very, very long time. It's certainly not something that's come up to us recently. And some of the things that are done to help this are pump scheduling of the kind I talked about in my little story earlier on, pumping at the cheap times of day, and indeed calculating how carefully the pumps you use are adapted to the loads, mixing variable speed and fixed speed pumps and so on. Studies on the footprints of the plants you're using in relation to energy are very important. The amount of energy used dependent on the level of treatment. Now, I think it's important to come back on those 2 points. We heard yesterday that there are trade-offs. If the cheapest way to depollute water is not to pollute it at all, and therefore that needs no energy. The cheapest way to have good drinking water in a system is not to have to treat it at all. You've got a wonderful source. But once you have to start treating it, you have to think about infrastructure. If you've got loads of space, you don't need to think about using much energy. You can use loads of space and have very slow sand filters and so on, and the energy consumption is very small. If you have very little space and you want to produce high quality water, then you have to use a lot of energy. And so you win on one and you lose on the other. And I think Dominique Gatel will probably give us a bit more explanation about that. And the same applies to treatment level. If you're only trying to treat used water to a primary level, you don't need anything like as much energy as you do if you have to take it on to subsequent processes. So in design and operation in the water industry, we're always trying to juggle, trying to get the best solution between fixed and variable costs and minimize our energy. Some other things that have to be thought about, have to be recognized, is that when we make a technological jump and we have to start using things like desalination technology, which isn't necessarily used just for seawater. If we can desalinate brackish water, we would do that first, primarily because of the energy input, but to some extent also about the level of technology involved. But we also now realize that in the water industry, we have bits of energy locked up all over the place that if we don't pay any attention to it is wasted, and if we pay attention to it, it can be used again. So energy recovery from all sorts of bits of the system is very important. It has been very important for a long time, and I think we'll get some examples of that at the moment. And the last point on where it's important to signal energy in water is the heat in hot water. We heard from Kathleen on Monday the UK case of trying to help the energy companies save energy by encouraging people to save water. And you can say that, rule of thumb, the water that you use in your shower is 7 times more expensive than the water you use in your cold tap because of the energy in it. And so that heat is to be saved in the first place, but once it's been used and once the hot water's gone somewhere else, it is still possible to recover that heat and to use it sensibly, which is something that people are now trying to do more and more. Some of the shared issues, and I'm going to run out of time, I'm not careful. Everybody in industry and water supply and sanitation, whether it's in the hands of a public operator or a private operator, and we've got both representatives here, or whether electricity is in the hands of a public or private operator, we're all the time looking for internal efficiencies to reduce cost. But that's not the only thing that we have to do. We also are always very conscious that our customers are looking for continuous, reliable supply. So if the energy supply fails to a water system, we have to think, what on earth are we going to do until the energy supply comes back again? Similarly, the energy treatment production plants can't manage all that long without water. So in both cases, we're interested in reliability of the others' services. In both cases, system losses, what happens between production and final consumption and sale. People have an understanding that there is leakage in water systems. They have a less good understanding that there are also leakages in electricity supply systems. And these leakages in both cases tend to be of two kinds. Physical leakages, actually the systems let the fluid leak out, and administrative systems, in other words, we don't manage to get charges for everything that we're delivering. Resource availability and security is a significant issue on both sides of the equation. We won't talk any more about those. Political involvement is an extremely important dimension, and it links a little bit with regulation, but not entirely. Both of these subjects being public goods or public services have an inevitable interface with politics at one level or another. The fact that electricity, as I said earlier, tends to be a national subject and water tends to be a local subject complicates the politics enormously. And we often find that public policy at a local level and at a national level and at an international level don't mesh very well. And a huge number of the problems that we face in the water industry arise actually from the flip-flops of politics between the different levels and between the different parties in power at any particular time. And if somehow or other we could overcome those, we'd all be terribly, terribly happy. So that's the sort of first general family of shared issues. The next is really linked to how do we interact with our users. Part of our efficiency depends on the efficiency of the people we are providing the services to. And so we have challenges, some of which are our own and some of which are made by the politicians as to how is the interaction between our users and ourselves and our regulators and so on. How do they play out? And we do try to run programs that give people incentives to behave in different ways and to be aware of what their behavior does. But it's not always terribly useful. And one of the studies that I was going to flag up was one that's been done recently by McKinsey, and of course now I can't find it, where they've been looking at actually at the energy industry in the UK, in the US, in relation to trying to encourage people to save energy, and have found that there are various different kinds of people who will take up incentives, but very often the incentives don't have a long-lasting effect, and you have to keep on renewing those. And the same things applies to water. So we've seen quite a lot of appliance codes in Europe, in the US, that are aimed at saving water, energy, or both. Some people will go to the supermarket and buy a new washing machine, looking carefully at its energy and water consumption. But then they take it home and they don't set the temperature to the optimal temperature. They don't run it on nighttime electricity. So the real savings are very small. So the codes are useful, and there's a recent study come out by the Pacific Institute that shows how energy saving in California, for example, has been consistent over the last 20 or 30 years, much less so in water. But we do know that you can save water by saving energy, and you can save energy by saving water, and somehow or other we as an industry need to keep that going on. Shared issue we also face is that more and more the tariffs are regulated not on the basis of the industrial needs of the infrastructure and operating it, but on the basis of politics. We hear politicians so often saying, but I won't get voted in again because my customers will think the electricity is too expensive. So what happens? The electricity company doesn't make the investments, and suddenly they start having blackouts. Exactly the same thing happens all the time with water. In fact, water is probably a bit more sensitive to these kind of pressures. So there is a real challenge in these industries. People don't understand that even when the services are completely privatized, as is the case with some energy and some water, very small cases, the prices are certainly regulated and determined by things that are other than the industrial dimension. And we have to find ways of living with that. And the whole question of affordability is something that Sahil is going to help us with a little bit in his case. And we talk about management of customers. That's a whole area of expertise in both these industries. It's not quite the same thing as managing your customers if you're a supermarket. There are some very specific challenges that we face. And the segmentation of customers, particularly between domestic, commercial, industrial, is really very, very important. A few other shared issues, other legal frameworks in which you operate. Different countries have different systems, and they cause challenges you need to face. Some really big issues arrive from demographic change. Demographic change is mostly the movement of people, but from our point of view, it can also be the movement of industry. And in some places, and I can think of an example in the UK not very long ago, one single industry was contributing 75% of the revenue of a big water company for a big city, but one individual company disappearing with a huge water consumption made an enormous difference on the way the economics of the whole system worked. Technological evolution in the two fluids is, generally speaking, not on the same line, but one area where we are seeing thought coming together is on the whole idea of smart grids and smart cities now, and I hope that we may talk about a bit that later in the next session. And these have impacts on the long-term planning of our situation, the way they integrate into the physical territory. And the last point that I wanted to make on here is the weight of stranded assets in the current systems can have an enormous impact. So I'm just about within the time I intended to, and this gives the opportunity now to introduce my three panelists. And we tried to focus on three different but related subjects that build on what I've just talked about. So we have Dominique Gatel from Veolia, who is going to talk to us about operational water and energy efficiencies. We have Sahil Chadli from LIDEC, the water, energy and wastewater management company from Casablanca in Morocco. Morocco is an interesting country, and it has several of these contract partnerships that run water and electricity together. And finally, we're going to look at the challenges of water and energy co-production, or managing the two, from Ignacio Lozano from Canal Gestion, not very far away from here in Madrid. So what I'm going to ask them to do is each of them present just the background of their case very rapidly, and then I will try and conduct an interview session with them for a few moments to get the discussion going, and after that I'd like you to join in the discussion with your own things. Good. So I will stop the clock and restart it. And Dominique, would you like me to press the buttons and see what we can do for you?
Please go ahead. Yes, please. If you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak, and good morning to all of you. I first want to briefly introduce to you what Veolia Environment is about. You can see that we are a private operator and partner to cities and also to industry throughout the world. I only showed there some major client cities. It's hard to summarize what we are about. We serve water or wastewater services to 150 million customers throughout the world. I think that the bottom line is that we are a global network of local water and energy operators, servicing both the industry and the authorities. And we do have a track record of understanding what our municipal and industrial clients really deeply want to do, and I'll come back to that in a moment. We have three paramount ambitions. That is to search, develop, and implement appropriate solutions. First, to the challenges of complex, large-scale public services throughout the world. And again, I mean, you have some of these on the map there. That's the first thing we desperately want to do, and we have an innovation department in charge of putting together concepts that can be further developed. The second thing is we want to find solutions, and again we'll be back to that, and that's definitely today's topic, to the depletion of natural resources, including fossil fuels. That's something which is at the heart of our activity. And the last is we want to develop appropriate solutions to deal with the most challenging pollutions. That's something which is at stake. It hasn't been touched much about so far, but that's something we care for. Water and energy. For us, it is one of the aspects, major aspects for sure, but that's one of the aspects of the move towards a more circular economy. I mean, the words hasn't been mentioned so far, but I do believe that this is where we are going. Probably we should go to the next slide. I think that to start with, and that has been alluded to by Jack, the cities to start with. They're faced with a number of challenges on their territories. The first one definitely is to ensure that the territory is attractive enough for everyone. That means that there has to be an economic perspective offered to the citizens of that territory. The citizens also show a growing concern for their environment, the air quality, the water quality, and so on. And so this is something that we want to address. Now, regarding the very topic of water and energy, again, Jacques alluded to it, there is this smart notion that certainly did change the rules of the game recently. The ITC enable a lot more real-time data acquisition, which cascades into the possibility to adapt in real time the energy, the water production to the exact needs. So that means that it is now beginning to be possible to optimize in real time the energy intensity of any one process or the water intensity of any one process. And again, this is something which has changed in the recent past and will enable further optimization in the near future. On the scheme there, you can see that there's lots of opportunities offered by any one territory in terms of approaching water, energy, utilities at different levels. I mean, I won't go through all the signs that are on the map, but you can see that there's water being produced in a number of places. There's energy being produced or wasted in different places, and really territories have to jointly analyze the two concepts and see where there's possible to match some wasted energy with an energy demand, and conversely wasted water with some water demand. And there's three levels to do that. The first one on the left-hand side is for the entire territory, we have to identify what are the possible sources overall of energy and water. And again, I mean, that's not rocket science. It's been done for forever, but still this has to be updated where do we source the water, where do we source the energy. At the site scale, there has to be an analysis with a view to optimize the energy use and the water use, and analysis of the possibility to recycle wasted heat or wasted water. And finally, on your right-hand side, we have to drive down the consumption of energy on the one-hand side, of water on the other hand side. And again, it's been alluded to by Jack. And this is why, in the end, the notion of smart city will involve the notion of smart citizen, which will be at the heart of the decision and also of the further development of the energy and water strategy of any one city. Because again, I mean, these are the customers, as Jack touched upon earlier. The citizens have to be involved to reduce their energy consumption, to reduce their water consumption, which is needed, and we have to cater for that. Last thing on this slide, in times of uncertainty, and I think we, again, are in time of uncertainty, the strategic answer is diversity. I mean, that's always been the case, but that's even more the case now. So the one solution that fits all is definitely not the appropriate answer. There will have to be a number of solutions. And for any one territory, I'm deeply convinced that the solution will be in a renewed meshing of both centralized and decentralized solutions. There will be both. The two are really needed. And the meshing of these big and small solutions will be territory specific. I like to tell you that in 2050, this is going to be the solution. But I just couldn't do that. What I can tell you is, for the next 10, 20 years to come, this is how I see that there's rapprochements to be made. Regarding what we do in concrete terms with Veolia about water and energy, we certainly do offer to carry out audits on the two with a view to optimize the replacement of the equipment, etc. As Jacques alluded to, if I take the example of wastewater treatment, that's something which has been developed in the EU, at least Western EU, over the last 30 years or so. It's still under development in the Eastern EU and in many parts of the world. And for a given removal level, say 90% removal, we can see that at the moment the wastewater treatment plant energy consumption span on a factor 1 to 10, meaning that for whatever reasons, sometimes oversizing, and so there's lots of reasons, but there's a scope for the reduction of the energy demand of these wastewater treatment plants. We can do that by the replacement of individuals' equipments, again with a major speed up, right? And there's plenty of tools available. If you Google water to energy, you'll find a large number of examples. I cannot go through the entire list of that. I guess, there is. Well, probably I should skip that, and maybe we'll come back to it during the questions. Regarding this question of the SDG that was touched upon again, I just wanted to show you there the example of the contract we have with the city of Nagpur in India. In Nagpur, there's 3 million inhabitants. We don't actually know the exact number because 1/3 of them are slum dwellers, and we again don't know the exact number. And they are, as you guess, they are not connected. But anyway, no one did get 24/7 water supply in Nagpur. It's barely 2 hours of water supply per day. And that means that a huge amount of water is being lost, first in the network, more than 50%, and within the homes. I mean, the people use pumps to pump water and store it on the rooftops and etc. And that cascades in a massive wastage of water. And under the terms of the contract there, within 5 years, everything will be fixed. All the customers will be connected to the supply and will get 24/7 safe drinking water supply. The important bit is we will use the same assets. So we keep the same assets, we just fix them, and we are confident that in term we will minimize the net water abstraction by 10% and conversely minimize the energy consumption by 10% against today's consumption. Next. And last, by the way, we offer kind of symmetrical services to industry. We also do energy and water audits against benchmarks using all sorts of softwares, both offline and online software for real-time optimization. We have a portfolio of technologies. Some of them are proprietary, some of them are not. From ion exchange all the way to desalination for mine water, for example, with a view to minimize the energy consumption that's been paramount for cost reasons, but also nowadays to minimize the water consumption. I just wanted to repeat there something that was touched upon many times across the past 2 days. Industries, and definitely power industries, are more and more concerned about their water footprint and the impact it may have in the future on their revenue. So that's something that, again, we partner with the industry to help them single out the best solutions for their footprint, certainly worldwide for the majors. So we have examples like that with the major oil industry on all continents, Australia, America, etc. We will probably discuss that further, and I will stop. I think that on the long run, shared metrics is paramount because that's absolutely needed for people to make coherent decisions. And once we have an agreement and a total consensus on what are the right indicators, then it is possible to factor that in the conceptions of installations. And of course, I do believe that there has to be some mandatory data acquisition on that basis. And the other thing I wanted, and again, we probably will touch upon that later during the questions, is territories must have their local development plans. It is absolutely necessary. No one can replace them in their function. We can help them, and as consultants, this is something we do, but ultimately the territories do have to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dominique. I'm in a time management problem already. Just to help juggle a little bit, I'm going to ask Ignacio to make his short introduction now, and then I will return to Sahil because he's just passed me some additional slide material, so we'll have to see whether we can integrate that in or not. So, Ignacio, would you like to introduce yourself and what you have to tell us? Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Thanks a lot for Jack, and for Josefina and your team to invite Canal de Segunda Gestión to this workshop and to the Confederación Hidrográfica del Ebro for hosting this workshop as well. So first of all, I would like to give you some figures of Canal de Segunda Gestión company. We are responsible for providing water in Madrid region. We are responsible for providing the whole water cycle services, water supply, waste water, and reused water. Okay. We manage 14 reservoirs in Madrid region, and with a total storage capacity of about 1,000 million cubic meters. We manage 13 treatment plants with a maximum capacity daily daily maximum capacity of about 4.5 million cubic meters, and we manage distribution network with a length about 17,000 kilometers, with 24 big tanks, big water tanks, about 250 small water tanks. Okay. As well, we are providing sewage service. Okay, we collect water. We handle about 2,000 kilometers of the network, including the municipality networks and the big pipes which collect the wastewater from different municipalities. We manage 154 water treatment plants, and we treated more or less every year about 525 million cubic meters, and that's the data from 2012. And we are also providing a new service. This is the reduced water service. Where we are providing 25. We have installed 25 facilities, and the length of the water of the reduced water service is about 250 kilometers. And these are the main figures of the company. Okay. So regarding water and energy nexus, Canal de Segunda is one of the major electricity consumers in Madrid region. Okay, we are in Southern Europe. Most of the part of Spain territory is dry. Only 1/4 of our territory is very wet, and we are in the middle of Spain, and the middle of Spain is the climate, and the rainfall is we have scarcity of rainfall in there. And that's why our consumption of energy varies one year from another, because it depends on the rainfall, and it depends on the starting water reserves at the beginning of the year. Of the hydrological year. Okay. And so that involves that the using of energy varies a lot from one year, for instance, from 2011 to 2012. And as you see in the graph, which are some different years from 2009 to 2012, there's a big difference of consumption between. This difference is up to 200 gigawatts hour, and it's a big amount of energy, of electricity. Okay. And this difference is due to mainly to our water supply requirements. Okay. When we are in a period with of drought, in a drought period of shortage, okay, water shortage, we need to pump water not from our highest reservoirs, so we need to pump. We are not taking the water from by gravity from our highest reservoirs. So we need to take the a more expensive water from the lowest reservoirs, and that involves to pump water up to 200 meters height, and also we are using groundwater wells. Okay, of all our consumption, more or less a bit less than 50% is demanded by water supply service, and a bit more than 50% is demanded by wastewater service. So the demand of wastewater service is very stable, so it's pretty much predictable, but it's not the same to the water supply service. So our electricity generation. Okay, we are in Madrid region. We are the largest company with the largest generation capacity installed, up to 82 megawatts, and all these megawatts has been always related with water. Okay, we are in fact a water company, but we need to develop all these megawatts because we were closely related with water. So as you can see in the graph, the green color in the base of the graph. And the graph is a biogas generation. It's very stable, and also it's very stable. The orange color, that means the drying. It's a thermal process where we dry sludge in a cogenerated plant. Okay. But you can appreciate that in the blue color is the hydro energy that is generated, and of course it varies a lot depending on the year. So that's we have to make a big effort in the shortage periods, because we are not able to produce energy, so we are not able to consume that energy, and at the same moment we have to make a bigger effort while providing the service, so it's even more expensive for us. That is a very important point for us. So what we are doing at this point, okay, we are acting in three measures. The first one is increasing in new renewable energy. For instance, we are installing microturbines in our network, in our water supply network. Okay. In the wastewater services, we are developing biogas cogenerated plants. As well, it's not only a problem for us. The problem of energy is not only a problem of kilowatts hour. Also, it's a problem of euros, the euros that we are spending. So we are advancing in purchasing the energy with the cheapest price as we can. This involves that we need, it's a public tender process because we are a public company. So that means that we have to start a tender process, and in this process it's an auction, and we want the energy providers we want to have a competition between the energy providers, and there are 2 rounds in the energy purchase. Okay. Just to allow us to buy cheaper the energy. And as well, we are able to choose the moment where we are buying the energy. Okay, if we buy the energy in one moment of the year, we are in the market. We are affecting the market, because the price we are buying a lot of energy, so we can choose to buy energy in 6 periods of the time of the year. Okay. And the last step, or the last measure that we are doing, is just to optimize to optimize our processes. There are a lot of processes where we use energy in water supply, in wastewater. In wastewater, of course, it's very complex. What you are managing as well, the wastewater treatment plant, and you have to fulfill the requirements of the authorities, but as well you have to manage energy. So it's complex in these facilities. Also, we are implementing, we have implemented some models. An example is a model that shows us when we need to pump energy in order to get the best price, to save money while pumping the energy. And that's what we do when we are pumping water from the Alberche River basin, or from the Alberche River, that I told you before. There was like we needed to pump water up to 200 meters. And this is a fast overview of what we are doing in Canal de Isabel II Gestión.
Ignacio, thanks very much. If we could change things over while we're doing that, Ignacio, can I ask you the first question that I had indicated for you? In your process of investing in renewable energy in Spain, is this just a cost issue, or do you think there are other reasons why you should be investing in renewable energy?
Okay, at first we care about the price of it's going to be profitable to do this investment, but the framework now is in Spain. In Spain, is that the demand in water services is increasing, but we have to to follow the European directives mainly in wastewater treatment plants, and that requires the more use of energy. Okay, but at the same time, we would be able, to produce more energy. But now the Spanish framework is not very profitable. We are not taking profit of it because now if we install new renewable facilities or power plants, we are going to sell the energy in the pool market as any other technology. So on the first hand, we need to use more energy, but on the other hand, we can't produce more energy because it's not profitable. And so what are we doing? We are trying to use that energy for self-consumption, because there are regulated tariffs that we are not avoiding to pay the pool price, but we are saving as well the regulated price. So, but we would like to be able to also to produce some part of the energy that is not self-consumed to the market. But now in this moment in Spain, energy market is a difficult moment, so it's not the best moment.
So this is the very interesting illustration of the point we made earlier on about the interface between politics, regulation, and operational practice, and maybe we can discuss that in our panel session a little bit more. And Dominique, maybe you'd like to think about that question while Said is making his presentation on Casablanca. So Said, over to you. Try and be fairly rapid because we are running out of time already.
Thank you, Jack.
You may need to press the...
Good morning to all of you. My English is bad, so I will speak broken English, but my colleague Jack will help me to formulate my answer in the third phase.
No problem.
Casablanca is the largest city in Morocco with 5 million inhabitants, the leading industrial center with 55% of the country's production units and almost 60% of the industrial labor force. 16% of the national electricity consumption, 45% of Morocco's foreign trade goes through its port. Constructed surface area multiplied by 150 in less than a century. L'IDEC.
C'est bon?
C'est bon. Historical operator of services in the Greater Casablanca area, 4 delegated services: water distribution, electricity distribution, wastewater collection and treatment, stormwater collection, public lighting. 30-year management contract signed in 1997, around 3,500 employees, listed on Casablanca's stock exchange market. It's not the good one, I think. It's not
Not on the right presentation?
No, not on the right presentation.
Well, we'll have to manage without.
Casablanca, 20% lived in substandard housing. Yes? No.
I think you can find the right one.
Okay.
Well, while all that's going on, perhaps I should try and use the time by asking some of the other questions that I talked about. Dominique, we both recognise that the regulatory framework is absolutely fundamental, and you highlighted that you probably wanted to come back to that subject in the discussion. Would you like to make some points on regulation?
Yeah. The first thing I that I think, with regards to regulation, that has to be said is that energy is of paramount importance, and so is water. With regards to the future that we want to, definitely the major impacts of global change, climate change to start with, but also demographic change, are going to be through water. And that has to be properly, appropriately catered for in the regulations. I think that there's two prerequisites for effective water and energy policies. The first one is a top-down commitment at the political level, and the second one I already touched upon is mandatory performance assessment using, again, appropriate and shared metrics. The rest is very, well recognized. Of course, there is a need for integrated water resource management, and I would definitely recommend that you read again all the OECD material about all of that, because that's really the starting point. Because integrated resource management is the appropriate way to allocate water fairly, etc., and that should never be forgotten about. The second thing, which is it is for regulators to set tax incentives to put the pressure on the non-desired outcome, and at the same time it is for a regulator to allow profit to be made for the desirable outcomes. I think both are part of the game. For the long term, again, I think that the value of territory and their social development will span from a better resource management. I already touched upon that at the very start of my talk, saying that basically this conference, we see this topic of water and energy as one major driver of the overall move towards a more circular economy. And again, I think it is for regulators to enforce a policy based on these metrics I touched upon, and again, territories at national and more regional and city level have to set their own very own development plan, which caters for the triple bottom line: social development, environmental protection are paramount. So, in a nutshell, these are the elements which I recommend for the regulators. I know they already do, and again, Kathleen, made a brilliant presentation about it on Monday, and that's the way to go, I believe.
Ignacio, you're in a slightly different position from Dominique, in that your company is a state-owned or a municipal-owned organization. Do you see the same pressure in regulation of your activity as Dominique has described?
Maybe, but you are referring in energy,
energy and water.
No, well, maybe in some aspects, but no, it's not for us a problem for us now. Not big.
But you need to have clear guidelines, clear constraints defined by the city in the same way that Dominique sees it.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Because it seems to me to be a lot of people try all the time to make a difference between public and private operation, and many of the things are exacly the same. And
but we do care about our efficient.
Yeah,
efficient. So
we all do.
Okay, so for me, it's not a matter of private public; it's a matter of efficiency.
Absolutely. And I think that's what we would all concentrate on. Okay, Sahil, please go quickly, because we are running badly out of time now.
Next one. In Casablanca, the perimeter of management of water, wastewater, and electricity is different. You have in yellow municipalities supplied by LIDEC with water, sanitation, electricity, and public lighting. In green, municipalities supplied by water, sanitation, and in blue, electricity only. The prices for purchase and sell water and electricity in Casablanca are fixed by authorities. Ce sont les arrêtés ministériels et les décisions du comité technique de suivi.
So those are declared by the ministry and then the organization that follows the performance of the contract.
We have three levels of price equalization. At national level, we have purchase of water and price above calculated of production. We have level contractual level according to the delegated management contract allowing a multi-services. The income from power distribution activity are used to finance water and wastewater infrastructures. And at the end, the price equalization, social equalization application of a social tariff. Next one, please. You have here the bracket for water and electricity. 60% of volume consumed by households is within the two brackets. The price are given in dirham. It's 11.11 dirham cost €1. Next one. 58% households consume less than 8 cubic meters, which correspond at 4 euros per month. In electricity, 45% households consume less than 100 kilowatts, which is approximately 10 euro per month. All households pay for the first 8 cube meters less expensive than the price that LIDEC paid to the producer. 60% of volume consumed by the household is within the first two brackets for water. Next. Here you have, we will perhaps, on va passer au projet INDH-INMDE. Non, avant. Après. Now I'll speak about a project in social project. LIDEC's intervention in informal settlements. Next. No. Avant. Voilà. LIDEC signed an agreement in 2005 with Greater Casablanca Wilaya, the local authority of Ministry Home Affairs in charge of such agreement, aimed to offering underprivileged neighborhood access to utilities. LIDEC created in 2006 a department with 70 people dedicated to manage technical, institutional, and client aspects of the project for about 80,900 households to connect to water, wastewater, and electricity. you have here key figures. It's about 276 neighborhoods. For a project financial situation is about 163 million euros. Je continue?
Oui.
D'accord. Donc, the impact, the INDH project and all its donors have contributed to bring many changes in these neighborhoods that were hitherto deprived of their infrastructures. The main impact generated by the connections to electricity, water and wastewater facilities include the increased awareness by the people authorities, which will eventually release investments to upgrade neighborhood facilities. The near immediately construction investment like construction of first floor, facade renovation or sanitation facilities, a more bustling neighborhood life. Women and children usually bear the burden of water collection. Once households are connected, the time previously spent to this task can be invested in other activities, and more specifically on education. Women can learn to read and to write and eventually take part in the neighborhood life and develop associative activities. For instance, they organize small income generating projects like embroidery and sewing workshop with which provide them additional revenue. For children, especially for little girls, a return to normal schooling is widely observed. How we manage operational point of the project. The first step consists of carrying out all paperwork, technical and contractual work to prepare the transaction. For instance, pre-qualification operation partnering to land, planning, technology, population, founding, etc., and carrying out studies on water, sanitation, and electricity, among other things. Then comes the land acquisition, procedures for joint projects, and the establishment of a list of beneficiaries to be approved by the authorities. In the second phase, we carry out the realization of the scope of delegated management, task for which funding is available. Finally, before, during, and after the work, our role is to assist beneficiaries in every phase on the operation. What are the challenges of supplying electricity, water, and sanitation services on the disadvantaged neighborhood? For this project, there were four major challenges. First of all, the informal nature of district involved. There are illegal lots that have proliferated erratically on public or private land without any administration authorization. This generates a lot of land title problems. The second one, the residents' acceptance of the project. Residents who, until 2005, were regarded as illegal, with no right to access the city's basic services. Third of one, coordination between various program stakeholders, local and national government, public and private operators, donors, associations. And the last, the financing problem that is not resolved yet. How we overcome these challenges? On two levels. Socially, day-to-day dedicated support on the ground for the entire duration of the project, allowing residents to switch from the illegal statute to that of customer of public services. A financial contribution of 360 euros per household to access water and electricity and sanitation to be spared over 7 years. These contributions represent 10% of the connection costs, while the monthly installment does not exceed 5% of the household budget. The improvement of community services. The third level, the second level, pardon, at the institutional level, preparing of the operation and monitoring of the partners' commitment, the specific governments with the relevant authorities. The approach is now operational and functioning well. The only challenge remains is the financial challenge that costs approximately 70 million euros. We have some time?
Not much more, no.
Key factors behind success of our approach in Casablanca. The first factor is contributing to access of Casablanca approach is the political will. It translates into a national institutional framework, the National Initiative for Human Development, initiated by His Majesty King Mohammed VI in May 18, 2005. It gives priority to the fight against social exclusion and access to basic services to deprived populations. Other factors of success are the involvement of the national and supervision authorities, Ministry of Interior, who are responsible for monitoring achievements and providing feedback on the pilot, on the project activities. Second one, the local authorities, elected representative and authorities of the state government involvement, who are crucial in recognizing and mobilizing of the inhabitants of disadvantaged neighborhoods, as well addressing any barriers, particularly in regards to land and property issues. The presence of institutional players, such as the World Bank, who bring international credibility to the project design and also actively participate in removing various obstacles to the project's success. And finally, the dedicated project staff of 70 people provided by DDEC in 2006. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you, Saeed. Now, I'm afraid my time management hasn't been as good as I planned, so I think we've got no more than 15 minutes left for discussion. So I'd very much like to see whether there are anybody in the room who have questions or observations that they would like to make on what they've heard this morning about the combination of water and electricity, water and energy in utilities. Anybody got observations on what we've learned so far? Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make a short comment on your introductory remarks. You indicated that there are not so much partnerships for water and energy utilities. I want to say that there is some development in Africa, and this year, for the first time, we have energy utilities and water utilities coming together in a huge Nexus meeting in May. So between 13th and 16th of May, we have these two utilities coming together for the very first time, and this is a very significant development.
That's great, and of course that shows that the international year is starting to do its stuff. I mean, it seemed to me, listening to the three case studies here, that the need for a closer link between water and energy in thinking from operational level, from planning level, and so on is really important. But today, a lot of it's going on informally rather than in a structured way, and maybe one of the outcomes of this coming year will be that we'll find better ways of structuring these things together than we did in the past.
So my question is to Ignacio, because I got the impression that your organization tries to be self-sufficient in terms of energy. Have you ever explored a possible partnership with an energy company in your region to see how you can mutually support each other?
Well, at this moment, when I said that we are not self-efficient, we are using our energies, or a big part of the energy that we are generating in self-consumed, in self-consumption. Okay. Now we are about 50% of our energy demands. We are is self-consumption. Okay. In big terms, okay, we're saying, because if we consider the energy that we are saying out by the mini hydro plants, the balance is 50%, okay, but it's not real self-consumption, because not all the energy that the mini hydro plants is providing directly to our company, okay. So probably the self-consumption really is not 50% in means, no. It can be lower, because part of the mini hydro power plants are selling their energy, okay? But another big part is self-consumed, okay? But of course, we want to improve our energy self-consumption in order to be more efficient in our processes, okay? And this is very important, because as we heard yesterday, we are not only in the framework of the water directives that we need to use more energy, because we are demanding more energy, but at the same time we have to follow the 2020 European directive. So I think that the water sector has to be a good example for that, for following both directives.
My question is to Mr. Lozano. Like you said, your company is also produce electricity and also you supply water. So what is the management structure inside the company? How can you manage it, like the partnership you just within the company?
Okay.
Only you have something, you work on the improve the efficiency, like water supply, energy supply at the same time, and also to produce energy and water to your customers. But what is the management kind of structure in the company, and how can you just show this could be the good, like, kind of model for the other companies to look forward?
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's an interesting question, because we often find, as I said, different languages, different technologies, and bringing them together is a challenge.
Yeah. Our main goal, the company main goal, is to guarantee water supply, in both quantity and quality, to all its customers, but at the same time we have to protect, even improve the environment. Okay, so when we are taking care of water, when we are moving water, in fact we are moving energy. Okay, when we are saving water, is the best measure to save energy. The less water our clients consume, the less energy they consume as well. So both things are related together. But always in our company, our aim is to guarantee water supply. Okay, it's not. I mean, the energy is always subordinated under the water processes in order to be more efficient, and that's in our aim. Okay, and one way of being more efficient is to produce more energy and to save energy.
Okay, I've got a gentleman here who I think wants to give us a thumbnail case study.
Yeah, very shortly. My name is Andy Backer. I'm the founder and CEO of Sustainable Reference. We've got offices in Silicon Valley, here in Spain, and in Costa Rica. And we develop a software platform, imagine LinkedIn, but aimed towards sustainability, where every company, every citizen, even each institution, public, can have a profile where they can identify all the sustainable practices that they do at a private level, at the corporate level, at the institutional level. And then, we use like a point game system. We also hook up with smart meters to gauge your consumption in energy, water, etc. In short, we're engaging in Costa Rica with the public sector, NGOs such as the Rainforest Alliance, with banks, with electrical utilities and water utilities, Heredia, for example. And our goal is to reduce energy and water consumption by having the citizens, the companies, know what pays off in short, the ROI, return of investment, very quickly, and they can gauge, they can compete against the citizens. We've got a application that people can download on the mobile. The presentation is a bit chaotic, but the point being is, again, imagine like a LinkedIn profile for citizens, companies, where you can show what you're doing in terms of sustainability, and you're competing nationwide against other corporations, against other citizens towards being more sustainable. So IT solutions are nowadays offering a way of engaging the citizen, the corporation, the NGOs in a much more interesting way. And I'm wondering if any of the panelists are also engaging in ICT and citizens in any of these ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your intervention. I can assure you that many activities of that kind are going on. I'm aware, certainly, in several of the companies I represent. But Dominique, you perhaps would like to come in on that point, the optimization approach in the smart. I think that's basically what we're talking about in the smart context.
Well, I don't know how to make it short for the sake of time, because, I mean, obviously there's
I'm sure Josephine is going to let us have a few minutes more.
A large array of matters that were targeted in that statement. The dialogue with citizens and the NGOs is certainly something which is at stake there and has to be appropriately, it has to happen one way or another. And certainly the IT tools do help quite a great deal with it. And sorry to stress that even further, but I think that over the long run, appropriate data to support the choices are paramount. And oftentimes, at the moment, the dialogue is somewhat biased by the lack of shared data, which, I mean, as soon as there is enough data out showing the water impact, the energy impact of any one choice, frankly, the consensus comes a lot more easily when you have such shared data on metrics which are agreed upon by everyone. And as long as you don't have them, then you struggle quite a lot to finally go towards an acceptable solution for, say, I was up to say everyone, there is a great deal of politics. You alluded to yesterday saying, well, if the farmers do not have any further perspective regarding biofuels, they're going to be seeking some other ways to be funded one way or another, and that's certainly something which is at the heart of today's discussion. And also 2 days ago was alluded to the sort of unbalanced powers between the energy sector and the water sector, and that's also one of the dimensions. But again, once the metrics are in place, then people, know what's their margin of maneuver, and that's paramount. But IT, from a totally different perspective with regards to the techniques, yes, IT technologies, for example, will take an example. The possibility to get real-time information regarding the temperature in the buildings in a city like Zaragoza enables, I don't know whether there is a heat supply, centralized heat supply in Zaragoza, but that's typically the sort of thing which is nowadays possible for the heat networks managers to adapt in real time the heat production so that there is no excess heat or heat wasted. So that's, from a totally different perspective, one of the direct applications of the IT technologies. And again, it was not possible, say, 10 years in the past. Now it is kind of current practice.
Thank you, Dominique. I think that the information problem comes back to some extent to the language problem that I mentioned at the beginning. We're set up in a world there are not just sunk assets in terms of physical sunk assets, but they're intellectually sunk assets and compartmentalized assets. So most of us, I have several wonderful stories of talking to people who are ministers of water and energy, but they can't actually think water and energy simultaneously in their own minds, and their staff can't support them because they have a water staff and an energy staff. Some of the modern data mining techniques that you referred to are beginning to enable us to break those things down. Josefina, my little machine has just told me I've run out of time. Can I just take a couple of seconds to try to summarize?
We have half an hour coffee break, so you can, if you want to take away a little bit of a coffee break.
Well, I don't want to disabuse people by taking away the coffee break, but I would just like to try to summarize 2 or 3 key points which I think have come out from this exercise, from the preparation, from what my colleagues have presented, and the odd questions we've had. And I think we have certainly shown that on all 3 dimensions of sustainable development, which is something that I believe in passionately, and I think is the only way our planet is going to survive its overpopulation and so on in the years to come, is that we look much more at how to manage the interfaces and the synergies between very important natural resources, which effectively is what we're talking about when we talk about energy and water. We can't survive as human beings without energy, water, and various other resources. So the case I think is made. The challenge of how to do it is beginning to be exposed, and I think we're beginning to show quite clearly that working in boxes with contained technologies is mankind's natural way of doing things, but we have to find ways of getting beyond that. And this nexus word has got to be moved from theory to reality somehow. That won't happen in 5 minutes, but it will happen with initiatives like this conference and like the coming year when water and energy are going to be brought together. So I think we're on the right track. I think we've got enormous challenges to face us, and I thank all of you for coming here and listening to this session. I hope it integrates into the rest of the discussion well, and I would particularly like to thank my 3 panelists who were chosen for diversity and competence, and I think they've both demonstrated that, and I'm sure all 3 of them, like me, are frustrated that we only had an hour and a half instead of a day and a half, because then we could have really told you something about the subject. But there you go. So thank you, everybody. Enjoy your coffee, which you will realize is a combination of water, energy, and certain nutrients. Please enjoy it.
Thank you. Jack, and I hope we only not know the case and how to do it, but who has to do it. And this is why we are here. So we have to come back in half an hour, so you have half an hour for coffee break. Thank you.
Gracias. Sorry you didn't get as much exposure as we would have liked, but anyway, it was good anyway. We have to always have to joke.
Okay, that's good. It was a pleasure.
Bravo, merci bien. Tu m'as, comment dire en anglais, pas complexe, mais on s'est fait avec, c'est très bien. Et je pense que l'essentiel, c'est que les gens bien compris. Je me suis excusé au début, n'oublie pas ton nom. Non, c'était bien passé.
Which one is the presentation you want to keep for the
last one.
The last one, let me check to be sure that you are...
Pardon?
Which one?
Pardon. Excuse me. This one. No. I keep this one. Yes. Voilà. Enregistré. It is this one. Okay.
Casablanca. Your name was?
Hello. We are still in the morning session, if you believe it, in spite of the fact that a lot has happened already. I know it feels like we are at the end of the day, but we are not. We are just before lunchtime. And it is my pleasure to introduce you to the next panel, who is going to be about local authorities and subnational actors partnering with others for in the water energy nexus. And this panel is going to be chaired by Barbara Anton, who is the water specialist in ICLEI, which is the Local Authorities for Sustainability. I don't know whether I said it properly. Maybe you can improve it otherwise. Okay. And Barbara has a very long track record in water management, and it is my pleasure, and thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Josefina, for kicking this off. We are now talking about local authorities, so we are looking at one of the institutions and what they can contribute to making the water and energy nexus happening. I have to say I ran into a very similar issue than as Jack Moss in preparing this session, because when I first said, yes, Josefina, I'm coming, I thought, oh yes, well, there's many good examples of local authorities and local stakeholders that are working on this water energy nexus. I'll certainly find something. I put a colleague on the job to do a little bit of research and so on. But it was not that easy altogether. So when introducing now my panelists, I have to say in the first place that I'm very lucky to be with this conference exactly in this place in Zaragoza, which has one of the role models, or which is one of the role models for this particular interaction on the water and energy nexus that is based on a very interesting collaboration of the local authority with numerous actors in the same place. So with me on stage, I have from the host city, Xavier Selma, who is director of the Department for Environment and Development in the Municipal Council of Zaragoza, and a very close collaborator with him, Victor Viñales, who is from a local NGO called Ecodesh. And I will tell you a little bit about the case in Zaragoza, but I will need them to go more into the detail and give you, the real necessary little bits and pieces that are important for you to know, to understand what's going on in Zaragoza here. Also with me on stage, I have Alice Baumann. She is president of the Women for Water Partnership. And I have with me Mr. Hongpeng Li, who is coming from NESCAP. I have put it all in front of me. I might as well read it off. The UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. So as you can see, there's quite a mix of people, and they will represent very different cases between urban cases and more rural cases, between a developed country context and a developing country context. Now, looking at the local level, I thought that I should make a little bit of a detour and first look a little bit of what it means, the nexus at the urban level. So not necessarily only water energy, but also talk a little bit in the introductory slides about the urban nexus. Let me see, how do I move on? So what I intend to do is to give you an introduction with my presentation, and I will make reference to all the three cases that we have here on along the table. I We have strictly followed Josefina's rules, and we have not allowed them to bring any presentations. They have a few additional, maybe supporting graphical material if there is a reason in the discussion to explain things a little bit better. Otherwise, we will really make it a talk shop here. We will engage in a conversation after my presentation, but then also bring you in for further insights and perspectives from your side. And we hope that we do not only have something for you to learn from us, but also the other way around, that we are going out of this session with some further inspiration and insights into the case of local authorities and their role in the nexus. So I'm going through some remarks on the urban nexus, focusing on the water side of things. This has to do with the fact that I'm actually coming more from the water arena. Then also briefly hinting at, so if we want the nexus to work, what are the more practical implications in terms of management at local level, of urban management, but also local management in a rural context. And then we are going through these 3 examples. So the urban nexus. Now I'm really looking at a situation of a bigger city, and lots of resources are going in and out of these urban areas every day. So in a way, there's always, of course, the attempt of manage a city, and there's a big institution in place to do so. But still, things are also happening in a chaotic way. Not everything can follow very orderly mechanisms because there are so many actors at the same time. And also the institution in charge, the local authority, can only do so much to hold things together, to make things work, to coordinate and all the rest. So in a way, you have a continuous extraction and processing of resources. You have a lot of uncoordinated measures and investments, myriads of households doing different things that, contradict each other, that maybe make a bigger impact in some cases, whatever's happening. You have enterprises, institutions, all following their own agendas and objectives and needs. At the same time, in that scale of an urban context, lots of different technologies in place, lots of ways to approach things and so on. So in the development of a city and the attempt to manage a city, the lots of, clusters of work had to be accomplished, but they often happen then in special departments and special segments of different actors in the city, but in particular also in the local authority. So there's a certain disintegration happening while the cities came into being, and the time after that, developing, meeting the needs that have appeared and emerged over time. So you have different jurisdictions, departments, you have service silos, you have legal categories, and so on. Not all the time the person in the one department knowing what the other is doing and all the rest. So this is why also opportunities of these linkages that might be there are not always really discovered, and people are not always aware that they could make more with existing resources, whether they are natural resources, financial resources, whether there's time, whether this is capacity, institutional capacity, that they could do more because people are sitting in the different departments, mandates, tasks. So let me just make a little bit of a detour to the notion of the development of water management. This is actually a graphical presentation of how water management evolved over time, and there's lots of aspects to it. I would just like to focus on one single aspect, and this is how the different components of water management sort of evolved over time. I mean, first of all, when cities first came into being, there was, of course, the main need to bring water to the city. So to feed the people, also for some maybe small production of things, to keep the city clean and so on. So this was sort of the first service that an authority in charge of a city would try to accomplish and provide. Then, while development was going on, it was clear, well, we cannot only bring water into the city, we also have to make sure that the dirty water is getting out of the city, is being removed from the city. So while maybe there was a certain level of water supply already in place and certain mechanism to make it happen, a second task, a second service came on top of it, which was making sure that the dirty water gets out of the city. Then in the first development of water management in the widest sense, there was also an issue that the city had to be protected from too much water. So in addition to that drinking water and getting dirty water out of the city, there were now more and more activities to make sure that, after heavy rain flows or after a river that might be running through a city is sending its water, into the ways and houses and so on, this is being managed in some way. So, and further on, water also became, a larger issue, and it was also recognized that it has an amenity value, that people like to be near water courses if they are well kept. And now in the long-term vision, we are really looking at a water-sensitive city where all these different components are combined and also are all coordinated with each other. And we are working towards a water-sensitive city, if you like, that can provide all these services, but also use. Why I'm going back? Sorry. Why does this come here? All right, some other thing has slipped in between. Good. What I want to say with this, even within one sector only, I have not mentioned energy not even in one sentence. There is already a lot of internal linkages, like in the urban water cycle. And in many cities, even this part of the nexus, if I may say so, has not yet been fully achieved. So there is still a lot of effort in many cities and a lot of effort from the side of research and consultants and politicians and what have you to make an integrated approach to urban water management happening. So we are starting from a situation where we are looking at the nexus between water and energy, while even, if you like, nexus issues within water itself, within the water cycle, the different components, the different objectives we have with managing water, are not yet fully solved. And this is talking about water. Now, sitting in a local authority and having to manage an entire city, okay, I have to look at my water cycle. I know this is already very difficult. There's lots of conflicts of water uses. Whatever, I have to look at it in a systems approach. What I do at this point in my water management has an implication on another point. So I'm struggling with this. It takes a lot of effort to get this in place, while at the same time the local authorities has lots of other tasks to handle. Again, also many of them connected with water. And out of all these different connections, I mean, this can have to do with my land use management. This can have to do with urban biodiversity, with air quality, with the ecosystems in the urban area, and so on and so on. So for each of them, you could talk about a nexus. And of course, we can talk about two at the same time, but we can talk about three. Energy, water, food is often connected. But then you could draw linkages in many ways. So what I want to say, this, while we are zooming in now on the water energy business, we have to recognize at the same time that there are many other interlinkages that also come into the play. And a city has to manage its entire area, has to serve the needs of its citizens in many ways. And we have to see it in the broader context of local sustainability. There are cities that are making really major efforts in trying an integrated approach that tries to incorporate as many different components of urban life in one in their planning structures. I mean, I'm just taking here one example from Stockholm, a new residential area that was developed on a brownfield. It's close to completion. I think it has sort of a 15 years time span and should be in 2 or 3 years. It should be completed and people would live there. So you can already see here, this is water, this is energy, this is also waste, trying to keep closed loop cycles and seeing whether waste coming from the different systems can be, reused for other purposes again in the same closed loops. A second development of that kind is already underway. So especially in new settlements, it's of course easier to incorporate such principles of making the nexus work, if you like, of integrated approaches. So I'm trying to think, sitting in that city hall in the middle of this is a vision of a water-sensitive city in the future, trying to depict water in all its dimensions and also making some links to the energy part. You see, for example, the sludge from the wastewater can be used in a bioreactor, but very much focusing now on the water side of things. So how does this water energy discussion resonate on a local authority? We have, as ICLEI, which is a network of close to 1,000 local governments all around the world, and with approximately 200 in Europe, we have been preaching integrated approaches for a long time. Do we have to change our message? Is there something new now with this water and energy debate that has now heated up in the last couple of years? Because it's clear for recognizing, or if you want to pay attention to these interdependencies on all sectors of urban life, internally you will have to make certain provisions that the institution of the local authority itself has open doors between the different departments, that there is cross-departmental planning and implementation. And it also externally to the local authority, if you want to make things work, and take advantage of these connections, you will have to link up with many different actors in your city. Not only those that are actually managing the water, but also those that are using the water. And this is at different levels. This is not only in your urban area. This also is then beyond into the city region, and maybe you have to link up with watershed authorities and so on. So this all confirms once again there is a very strong need for an integrated and participatory planning and management approach. Maybe there could be a question, so what's new now? Does a local authority who might have recognized now that, or maybe already for a couple of years, and we have seen many really very convincing cases also at our own conferences, how integrated planning and management can happen. So what's new now that the water and energy nexus has become so prominent and so loud in our debates also in urban management. So I guess as far as I can see it, it has a lot to do, of course, with the mounting pressure now that is on our resources, with growing population and with dwindling resources at the same time. Climate change also adds to it. So there's a higher sense of urgency that we have to deal with it. And that we have to be much more conscious on and more proactive on identifying the linkages between the different, areas of resource management in the city. And we have to be more targeted in cross-optimizing the use of such resources. Of course, we also know more. There's been more research, which facilitates obviously such kind of action, and there's more, or there's new technologies also that can help to make it happen. And this is one of my learning points with which I would like to go home, and a generic question to the audience, which you just may want to keep in mind at this point, talking from a point of this integrated and participatory planning. Do you see there's special ingredients now in the debate that are very important to convey to local authorities and that are more than what I have sensed so far? Maybe you want to make a mental note on that, and we come back to this issue later. So, just briefly, strategic approach for a cyclical nexus management to reintegrate the potentially disintegrated functions in a city. I'm saying a cyclical approach. Of course, in particular in this area, there will have to be a lot of evaluation and monitoring because it's all relatively new, or the specific and newly discovered linkages and nexus issues will still need a good deal of attention in terms of whether managing them in a new way will really deliver what we think it should deliver. So what is needed now is really not only coordinating, for example, water and energy at the same time, that they do not contradict each other, but even more so that we find exactly where the intersections are between the two sectors, and assessing more systematically what the potential is of these different intersections to make these efficiency gains that we are out for, or to benefit in terms of more sustainable development. So, and then for each of these linkages that we identify, there's probably a number of different technology solutions or other approaches or other solutions that would be potentially suitable for taking advantage of such interlinkages, and making informed decisions of what the best option would be. As I'm saying, monitoring and evaluation will be particularly important now, and it also becomes clear, because this is so complex and there might be so many different angles to watch at the same time, that a strategic involvement of your stakeholders at any moment of this management process is certainly an advantage. So now we are coming to the examples. And as I was pointing out beforehand, we have one example that is probably now closer to my introduction, because it's a real urban context. So this would be Zaragoza, and of course also being in a developed country context, that's one thing to keep in mind, and this will make actions potentially different to when we are going, as we are doing in the other two cases, to Tanzania and Indonesia, looking at a much smaller scale and at local authorities working under very, very different circumstances and also having some other priorities. So, in Zaragoza, I was trying to figure out what is the special point for the case of Zaragoza. What Zaragoza has a long tradition of water-saving campaigns and activities, and I think most of you have heard about it, know about it, and it's just the very place to come to when it comes to, meeting people from a local authority and a very dedicated NGO at the same time, that have lots of experience and tried out a whole range of different approaches to work with different people and institutions in the city to make a difference in water consumption and improve water saving. So I think what is very special about the Zaragoza case too is that nowadays, after more than nearly 15 years, nearly 20 years maybe of campaigning in the direction of water saving. Water saving is now somehow part of the culture in this city. It's not just something that is prescribed. It's not just something that, oh my God, now these people are coming again with their ideas of how I install better taps in my house. It is a part of the civic pride of this city. So people now want to do it. It doesn't need so much prompting anymore, and I think this is an achievement. If we could achieve this, on a larger range, that would be really big. And I hope many local authorities will be ready to copy some of these activities and approaches. So, just very briefly, what is this about Zaragoza? So it's a major initiative with very many different facets. It started before the year 2000 and was initially kicked off by the municipality and an NGO called ICODES, which is the, Network Foundation for Ecology and Development. And we have representatives from both institutions here on stage. There was a lot of involvement with different institutions, people, and all the rest. And now, just recently, there was another organization built with key stakeholders, which is called CINE. And if this is Spanish, Zaragoza Innova en Agua y Energía, something like that. I think that's easy to translate. And this is really looking at both water and energy saving measures and facilitates a group of stakeholders to make this happen. It's not only the institutions, it's also the individual people that were addressed a lot with these activities and involved in these activities. And we have really, really convincing and good results coming out of this. We have, while the population is growing, and since the year 2000 by approximately 100,000 inhabitants, we have at the same time a reduction of water consumption in the city by approximately 26%. The domestic water consumption per capita has dropped and is approximately 40% below the average in Spain. And as I indicated before, water has become a matter of pride, part of the local culture. How could it happen? It's a multifaceted approach. There's a lot of campaigning and a lot has been done on the governance side, but it's also about technologies. And it's also about introducing bylaws and all the rest. So it's a very comprehensive approach. It has been very much focusing and very much in the recognition that if you want to make such significant changes in your city, you need indeed the involvement of all key players. It is relying on champions, and I think we have champions here at the table. It needs to be facilitated all the time. It's not just the odd workshop here and there. It needs trust. We have heard this before. We may want to come back and find out how you managed to get this trust. But also it was very concrete at some stages, like there are these citizens' commitments, for example. So really citizens sign up a piece of paper to say, I am part of this process. I am contributing with my own personal efforts to make progress in water saving. And also then with a lot of social groups, a lot of local NGOs involved. Again, very formally signing a commitment. At the same time, you always have to feed back. You have to inform people all the time. Listen, this is happening. We have achieved another milestone, or we have become better. We have the water consumption has dropped another liter per day, whatever. And I think all of this is also based on a big common dream and on a common vision, which puts, I guess, the frame around it, and makes people really happy to be part of this big process. So this, for example, is a group of people. I think, if I got it properly, it's from the first 100 groups or institutions that have signed a commitment to be part of this water saving initiative. And I think both of you are somewhere on this picture, can be found, because you have been involved in this for many years now. So what's next? More we want to... in Zaragoza, these linkages between water and energy have to be emphasized even more to be done. The housing sector is meant to be pulled in a little bit further into the actions. Climate change has to be investigated now, and its potential to play a role in this campaign. There's also intentions to work together with partners in South and Central America to, encourage them to replicate, of course, adapting approaches to their circumstances. And I have to say, there's also very interesting new technology that has been tested in the building area. Not sure, maybe we have the time to say a few words about this. So it's also about technology. It's not only about people, it's not only about citizens. It's a really big picture of many angles that have been approached in Zaragoza. Before I'm running through the other cases, Xavier, Victor, have I forgotten anything important, or do you think that is enough for now to give a first picture on what you're doing in Zaragoza? I'm coming back with more specific questions later. Okay, for now?
It's a perfect speech. No? It's perfect.
Oh, that's too bad. Then we don't have anything to talk about. Okay, so now, completely different. We are going into a developing country context, in a rural situation. Again, what does the second example that we want to interrogate a little bit further stand for? Now here it's a lot about, it's about a 5P partnership, standing for a pro-poor public-private partnership. And there's a whole issue of how to engage, do you engage the private sector into delivering services for the poor if there's no really major business profit to be made. And this has to do a lot with a number of actors sharing risks. So maybe we want to keep this case in mind, in particular, for its potential for this 5P approach to share the risks that are connected with providing services to those that are not so much able to pay and will most likely not give you the kind of benefit that or profit that you would like to achieve in other circumstances. So in a nutshell, it's about the installation of a mini hydropower project in a rural context. We are talking here about a pro-poor PPP, which was established for sustainable electricity supply. And it's also embedded into a wider context of not only just providing energy, but also, looking at improving the quality of life of the people that have been served. You see here, this is just a brief or one image of the magnitude of the size of this hydropower plant, which is really small. It has led to some other improvements also in the provision of water in the area. Maybe, Hongpeng, you might be able to explain a little bit better later. So how did that work? One thing, what were the crucial factors for success? One thing, certainly we need the local community on board to understand what their needs are. And in many cases, and also here, it was obviously the fact that these community-based organizations also had the role of champions. Maybe this is also something that needs to be explained a little bit better later, but I think one of the important ingredients was also to convince the local authority that it has to, or the other actors also, that it's more about the service output. So what do you get at the end of the story, rather than focusing too much on the input in the first place. So to meet the needs, and there's many ways to meet these needs in a local situation, but how to arrange this has to be locally tailored. And this idea of sharing the risks, I explained this before. So you can see in the way in which the local communities were involved, who were really invited to share their concerns and their ideas and their needs. And they're also now working together to actually share the benefits of it, and this is something that I leave to you to explain in more detail. So where do we go next? Of course, this has been an activity in just one place, in Sinta Mekar in Indonesia, and there's now an issue of scaling up. What do you need? You need a bigger framework for this, of the right policies and institutional mechanisms. And it's still a matter of building the awareness of the different actors also that this can happen, that this kind of partnerships are possible. And this would put the right frame for replication and scaling up. Hong Peng, anything that I said wrongly or anything that should be added right now to make people better understand what we are talking about? For now, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. And finally, we are going to an even more remote place, Matine village in Tanzania. Again, first question, what does this case stand for? What is special about it? What is the point that we want to make it with it? And here it's a matter of focusing on the local authorities as crucial actors for actually making sure that an activity or the provision of services, for example, becomes locally relevant and tailor-made. And we'll see how this happened in this case. So just to give you an impression how remote this village is. Actually, it's a number of villages, I understand. It's not just, here. So really far away from any major grids or, not being able to benefit from a close by, maybe urban area where lots of services are taking place. But with after a number of years of work, a lot of really encouraging outcomes. Like you see, in 2006, we had this very typical situation that mainly women, or maybe only women, had to go far away to bring the water from a faraway source to the village, while now there are water services in place within the villages. You can see how women have organized themselves. They had a very simple building in the beginning to meet and discuss between them, while now they have quite a sophisticated building where they hold community meetings and which has a lot more much better facilities. But of course, with the development in the water arena and better water supply, there's also then other issues coming up, and the energy demand is also rising. So crucial factors of success in this case, women have been the key actors that made the difference for achieving ecologically sound community development. It was important that they found the readiness of local authorities to work in partnership with them and with the civil society at large. And the local authorities play the role of enablers of national development aspirations. So implementation is happening on the ground, and this is probably always the case, whether it's a bigger city or a smaller place like here. Way forward, of course, this all started with providing water, but with the increasing consumption, lifestyle increases, and this also has an implication on energy demand. So, and it also means that local authorities need to be capacitated better to play the role that they have to play to make it happen, and to be the right companions together with the civil society to put things into place. Last slide. Overall conclusions, very initial, very much from my own perspective at this point, and I hope the list will be longer at the end of this session. We really have to make sure that we are not staring too much only on the technological solutions. It's just one side of the coins. We have to make sure that there is, I would nearly say, a little bit of a hype focusing in on the water and the energy nexus, but we have to always also recognize that there's many other linkages to be kept in mind at the same time. In developing, in particular in a developing country context, I think we can make major progress or more progress if we link this water energy nexus much more to local priorities and also to development priorities, including poverty alleviation, health issues, and all the rest. And if we want to involve local actors successfully, we have to embed this kind of initiatives into a broader vision of improving quality of life. So not single it out, but bring it back and link it to the other issues. All right, I would like to stop here, and checking the time, I have already overridden it. And I would like now to get a little bit more detail, and I have some questions. We had some interaction beforehand. I've read some of their materials, but obviously I'm not a specialist on these cases. And I would like to understand a little bit better of how all of this worked, and also in how far the municipality itself had a particular role to play. So, just see. Maybe I would want to start with the city of Zaragoza, from which I lost my questions. Now I have them. What would be interesting to know? Now, we have Xavier from the municipality. We have Victor from Ekadesh sitting here. When you first started this initiative, who was the main player? Who kicked it all off? Was it always a very harmonious partnership, or were there conflicts at certain stages? Who is more important of the two?
Ya empiezo. Bueno.
Let's start. Well, thank you very much, Angela. I think you did a very nice synthesized exhibition on this presentation, pardon me. I'm going to try to answer this. All this is a process, and we have to have a vision at the time we start in that. And that starts at the strategic planning of Zaragoza City for 2010. And at the time, some committees were created, and logically, we took advantage of this situation to approach environmental issues. And the committee devoted to environment for the first time is a city committee, not an ecology group, so to speak, where all the stakeholders are represented. So we had a first document, a first draft, and where we said, as for the 2010, we wanted to decrease the usage of water on 65 hectares, and that will be cubic hectometers. Pardon me. And Therefore, we have that situation, and we have the dossier attached to it, and of course, an opportunity occasion for our city, and we always put under the situation where we need to transfer water to other regions, and we have this opportunity to be an example if we could transfer that practice, that good practice, to apply it to other cities as well. Then we had a local proposal on this, on water, and this was a public process, a little bit wider, and this type of process, this will force us to have a co-management together with the politic will, because otherwise we will not have anything else to do, and also involve as well the civil part of it, and that have us create a consensus together, the politic and the civil part of it, civil part of the city, together with the trade and together with the unions. So we work with the municipality and its organizations. We try to follow the same guidelines. We try to respect each other and be autonomous at the same time. We try to avoid conflicts, and everyone had its own competences along all the process. And in order to finish this answer, the process had different elements. First of all, we cannot ask the citizens to save water if the institution itself doesn't invest some money on this. So the mayor lately asked, how much did we spend on water? And I answer, well, around 100 million on infrastructure and utilities, and also around 40 and 30 indirect millions. I told you around 100 millions, but we're talking about 130 or 140. But what we didn't say is that 6 to 7 million euro were devoted to information information to the citizens about the water and awareness programs, and also the real works that were needed for that. Then we needed to approach the pricing, in which case we did not wanted to collect money, just to cover the costs of the service, and at the same time there were kind of a deterrence for the biggest consumers, and also interest for those that were saving water. So that citizens that proved that during 2 years proved actually that had saved water, the city hall or the city council will return the money, at least the 10%. Also, we involved the University of Zaragoza on this. So we had some teams researching on this type of taxes that might be applied later on. So we were working on public works, then taxes or somehow a tariff to be applied to it, and all together, it was drafted in a municipality by law, also considering the type of toilets, the type of pipes, the sizes, and on the other hand as well, it is a law or regulation that is mandatory for the city hall as well, and also for the citizens. So we are all committed to all these issues that were approached. It's
with the municipality, was it always so easy with Xavier and his colleagues, or were there times of trouble where you wanted more from the municipality that they wanted to put into the process? What was important to make this partnership work?
Good morning. My first sentence is congratulations, Josefina Maestu and the team for this conference. My second reflection is maybe the Spanish speaker participants prefer I speak in Spanish, and maybe the English speaker participants prefer listen the wonderful translation. So I continue in Spanish. No? In this relation, no, en la relación.
In this relation, local authorities, NGOs, a very important subject is that we need to understand why and what for. Sometimes we talk about how, but if I'm not really convinced on the fact that I have to cooperate with the city hall or the private sector, the private company, I'm not going to do that. If I am really arrogant on that aspect and I think that I can do it only by myself, which is a thing that is shared by everybody, then I'm not going to cooperate with anybody. This is to say that in order to collaborate and cooperate, we need to be humble enough. Alone, we cannot build any sustainable future for this planet, nor for our cities. We need to create a massive change, wide enough and fast, that requires to change laws or regulations, technologies, and also change the culture. And many times, nor public authorities, companies, nor NGOs understands why or what for this cooperation is needed, and therefore this is not taking place. In Zaragoza, fortunately, this was understood, and this is very important. It is very important, so to speak, just to create a little bit of a conspiracy of accomplices pushing for this idea. Enthusiasm comes from Greek, which means you are possessed by the gods. So if there are not people that is enthusiastic, then this is not going to go anywhere. So therefore, it's very important to create this very nice net of people participating on it. I think, Barbara, you commented on it before. You were talking about 16 years of relations. 16 years of relationship is not flirting. It's not a night alone flirting. It's more called loved or a marriage. So if we really want to transform the reality, it requires a cooperation on a long run. And as we said, we have several projects, European projects and another ones, but everything in a long way of cooperation. We cannot change things on a fast way. And from my standpoint, I think it's complicated, and we've worked a lot on water and a little bit on energy, but not that much establishing those connections. And I think that would be a good learning point for these last years, that we need to create a metaphor for this work, for these links, and trying to use this metaphor that is being used in many restaurants is a gastronomic restaurant, which is restaurants on 0 kilometer, which means that the food that they work with do not go beyond 100 kilometers away from that restaurant. They use them from the local areas. I think we can apply the same concept to water and energy. It shouldn't be the water energy shouldn't be used from points farther away than more than 100 or 200 kilometers. As I say, we need a collective dream. We need to have that cooperation, a common idea, and therefore we use those metaphors. Another aspect that was pointed out in the other panel, the energy and the energy is subject to central government regulations, and the water is subject to local regulations. Sometimes there are some places where the tariff is being changed, but at the same time they don't have that saving, because not everybody can see that difference in savings. So we need to see how to establish that connection, and sometimes it's institutional cooperation. And another matter I want to mention is that in that process there have been changes, simple ones, those that needed some evolution, like telling people, please close the tap when you're brushing your teeth, or change the tap. And those are normal changes. And in the year 2014, 7,000 million people, and as for myself, I am aware that creating that little evolution changes, we're not going to make an impact on the climate change, but we need a deeper change, and because otherwise we will need to go from the owner economy, who has a drill, an electric drill these days in the house. In the United States, there's like 50 million drills, and the average useful life of that drill is like 13 minutes. With that type of splurge in general, we cannot have a sustainable development. So we have to do something with a shared economy. Maybe we should think about questions on bigger washing machines in the buildings, like shared washing machines. Well, Josefina is telling me to hurry up and close. So I'm just going to say one more thing, that also we're seeing that in Spain. We've talked about environment, water, energy, and a green economy as well. But we not only need a green economy, but also more inclusive and more responsible. Now in Spain, there's 4 million people that are living in a situation of energy poverty. Therefore, we need to approach these projects or linkage between water and energy, observe the social aspect of it. Barbara was talking very generously about Zaragoza, about a developed city, but we have 4 million people in a situation of energy poverty, which is a concept from the green economy we need to approach to carry out these economies.
Your further insights into the initiative. I guess there are a couple of questions, but maybe I would like to give the word and also look at the rural situations now before we are going to the audience, and they might have further questions to you or comments. In Sinta-Mekar, we have this idea of this 5P partnership, and I think before we go into any further on that, we should have a little bit of a better understanding of how this actually works. If you like, I can put up that one slide. I think that shows the structure. Does it help you, or will you just talk like...
That would be good. Yeah, I think you had a quite good summary about the project itself. But regarding the 5P, I think proposed public-private partnership, I just want to emphasize, actually PPP is not new, but the proposed PPP, especially for the small scale, energy and the water project is quite new, and also there are a lot of challenges. If you just put this on the screen, you can see when we start this project, actually, it's based on the energy access and try to promote the energy access with the locally available renewable energy resources. This is a small hydro. At the same time, it will improve the conditions for the irrigation and also water and sanitation in the community. People probably question about, how the private sector can get involved, because most of the private sector is profit-oriented. How can you just get your profit, put your investment in this poverty alleviation project? But that is also depend on the market segmentation. Actually, we just divided this market by 3 components. If you look at the top of this market, I think this is mainly for rural electrification, and also it's applied for other energy access project. If you look at the top, actually it's we call it purely commercial. So that is kind of if the private sector or the government or any of the entities you want to provide these energy services, you can just get your rate of your investment return in a certain period, because this is like the usual practice to extend the grid and also to provide the commercial energy services for those community, which you can get your investment back in a certain period. And the only thing you need here is you need some kind of government policies and to regulate the market. But then at the bottom, if you look at the bottom of the market, it's actually purely social. This is like those community, even this is not communities, probably individual household, which is gathered in different like mountaineers areas. So it's very difficult to extend any of the power grid to those areas, and also very difficult to put the investment there to get any economic activities to pay back for the investment. So we think this is the market, this is the segment which government should pay 100% of the investment without expectation of any kind of return. It's purely social benefit for the local people. I think the government should take the full responsibility to provide this kind of energy and water services to those components. And then in the middle, actually, this is a place, if there's a appropriate kind of mechanism from the government to support the private sector, you will see the partnership is established, and then there's a potential you get your investment back with this kind of risk-sharing mechanism. That's also I want to emphasize why we call this partnership is really good to private sector, because you will see the public sector, the local government, the community, and also the NGOs to join together to minimize the risks. I think one of the risks for the private sector is access to financing, reliable financing to invest in energy access and the water access project. So for this one, actually we discussed with the local government, with the central government. I think one of the advantages we have is because the village is already covered by the national grid. So, but the issue is the community, they still have about 100 households. They cannot afford to pay for the connections. So that means with this project, we can provide a kind of income resources to support the poor families to connect to the grid and to get the energy services. So that's exactly like ASCAP, we facilitate the government, the power company, and the local community and private sector to set up this partnership and to get the power purchase agreement. They sell the electricity to the grid, at the same time they use the revenue to support the poor families. And also after they connect all the poor families, the revenue will be used to support the income-generating activities. That is to improve the affordability of those poor families. And then this was already done in 2006. The project is in operation. After almost 5-6 years, they already connected all the poor families, and also the revenue is used to support the infrastructures in this community for like health and water and sanitation, and also at the same time even for the education. This supports some of the family which cannot afford to send their kids to school. So this is really the combination of the economic and also the energy services, economic benefits, and also the social benefits for the community.
Thanks, Hong Peng. I think that makes everybody understand the case a little bit better. Could you maybe also shed a little bit of light what the role of the local authorities or district authorities in this project were different maybe to the other actors?
Yeah, I think you already made a good point. During this process, what is the role of the local authority? And I think the point you made is you change the concept, the perception, from service input to the service output. So that means you have to emphasize what your customers, like your clients, need, the support. What kind of demand from the market? That's exactly like I mentioned first. They need the poor families. They need access to energy service, the basic energy services, and also basic water and sanitation services. So the government here, they understand this, and then they try to find a way, because most of the developing country, the government budget is quite limited. So they cannot, to do all these kind of things everywhere. So they have to find a way to supplement the limited government budget. So this is a way they just provide this kind of output-oriented service and to the private sector, to the community, and then to find a way how this output service could be accepted and could be implemented. So this is exactly the model here. The local authorities, they just facilitate this, and also they provide support to build the private sector and the power company to meet each other to negotiate the power purchase agreement to get the project constant revenue to improve the sustainability of this project. At the same time, to use the revenue to support the local communities.
Thanks, Hong Peng. So let us move from Asia to Africa. Alice, you were telling me it's a difference working with women for the water and energy nexus. Can you explain that a little bit better? What is this difference?
Yes, why women? Well, I want to start by...
Comenzar diciendo que no hablamos solamente de personas particulares, tú o yo, solamente mujeres, perdón. Sino que las mujeres es un grupo grande de la sociedad civil que está organizada y tienen un gran capital social. Van a estar en la...
contributing to sustainable development. So we used as Women for Water Partnership, we used the social capital of women and their highly sophisticated organizational forms. It goes from very local to international, to contribute to the common agenda of sustainable development. Now, what is the specific interest? Well, when Adil took us back to the Bonn Nexus conference the other day, he mentioned that a very important part of the discourse was about poverty eradication. So it's about addressing the needs of the so-called bottom billion that have neither water nor food nor energy security. And this is particularly the sort of clientele that Women for Water has. Our organizations in about 100 countries of the world mostly work with and for the rural poor. And I picked this specific example to show you how remote it can be and how basic it can be. And I came to realize through this conference, because I first thought when Josefina invited me now this time, what is Women for the Partnership having to do with the water energy nexus? We are not about water and energy efficiency so much, as well as to make sure that the poverty is alleviated by having people having the most basic needs, in which, as you have seen in the picture, boosts enormous development. And then, of course, came the crux. It creates a lot of energy demand. And while we practice integrated approaches and we really promote that, I came to realize that we did inefficiently look at the energy implications right from the start. And why is that? Because Women for the Partnership was built around the fact that the women wanted the water first. Fortunately, local groups, one of the advantages is, of very local situations, it seems that we went from very complex, very sophisticated, very technical to very basic. In a way, that's true. On the other hand, it might be easier to manage at that level, but complex it's nevertheless. The good thing is that when you still are in the rural areas and with the local people, the nexus approach comes quite naturally, because they are never about drinking water only or only about energy. They are about sustainable livelihoods and how to address the different needs. And this is where, in particular women, because they have a sustainable development approach very much, we find, at least the women in our network, the women's groups in our network, I must say, we find it quite easy to approach it in a sort of integrated nexus manner. But we also realize now, at least I did, how easy it is to leave out something which is so essential as energy and not take it on board from the start. That's one of the lessons I have learned.
Thanks, Alice. That gives us a little bit of a better understanding of what we are talking about here in this very special situation. Now, there's also the question here in how far, even in such a small place with only very few people living there, how their authorities came into play. In the meantime, I have checked through your pictures and given some impressions of your activities and the people you are working with in this activity. And there's the one that is talking about engaging local and district authorities. Is there something that you want to add on that specific point?
Yes, thank you for giving me that opportunity. Well, if we look at the nice diagram that you gave about those different interactions, I think that Meteni is really on the bottom of the diagram. It's so remote, and they would... the municipality, I mean, let me show you the municipality, the mayor's office here. The mayor is on the left, and at the town hall, it's just a one room sort of premises with an earthen floor and no windows and some shelves on the walls, and that's it. And the community of Meteni is close to 12,000 people with 5 sub-villages, so it's not as if it's very small. And then you see on the right-hand side is the facilities that the women of Meteni, the Tegemeo, provided for the district water engineer to come to work out with them the plans for the gravity systems. And the project that we are doing, it's close to €500,000 because of the gravity systems and the remoteness and everything. So there you are. You have a municipality that doesn't even have a proper closet, and you have a 500,000 euro project. I'm saying this because the local authorities there do not have the means nor the capacity to really address this, while it is crucial that they should. So fortunately, the local women's group is a partner with Women for the Partnership, and we have been able to provide the means and the possibilities for them to engage the local authorities. And this was not a natural process. I want to emphasize that as well. While the women had the opportunity and they really wanted to talk about the initial water provisions in their village, they were not even let into the door in the beginning stages. So they took a sort of meeting with national women's organizations in Dar es Salaam to gain enough confidence in order to go back to the mayor and tell them, listen, we have rights. We have come here to address the issues of our community. And we want to be heard, because you are in a situation where it's not natural to have, let's say, citizens' participation like here in Zaragoza, and especially the women don't have a voice. So it needs a bit of sort of like capacity development and mindset change to make the understanding that this participatory partnership approach is really beneficial. That the fact that your role as a municipality and as a mayor is to take care of your citizens and make sure that they have a good living, it doesn't mean you have to do it on your own. You don't have to provide for. You can work with partners in a partnership to really work together, not as sophisticated as Victor pointed it out, but it's the same system. And this change in mindset has created a really functional partnership in this very, very remote village, including with the district of Same, where they have to go walk for a day and then take the bus in order to even reach the district. So that's the type of situations you are in. The role of the local authority is crucial, because they are the sort of like the spider in the web, and it's their role to address the needs in the community, so also to make the community participate and engage and take seriously their own commitment to contribute. So basically, I do not want to repeat that whole process because it has been pictured so eloquently in the city of Zaragoza. The principle in Metreni is exactly the same. Only we have to provide as a community the opportunities for the people to really play out their role. And I would really make a case for, especially in this water energy nexus, because it's as complex as it can get, that there be sufficient attention for local authorities' role, whether be it cities or in between, like your case, or our very, very remote case, and invest in the lower levels, not only top-down. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Alice. Now let us turn to our audience and see whether there are more experiences or with local authorities and partnerships, or whether they want to comment or have questions to what they have heard so far. Anyone who wants to come in here?
Hello. I'm Alberto Guijarro from Mongagua, Energía para el Desarrollo Humano, and Spanish NGO. I would like to, I have a question for the Indonesia representative. We have heard about the role of the public authorities, and I would like to know some extra information about the role of the NGOs and the role of the private sector in these partnerships. And a second part of the question is, from your experience, what are the main elements you consider to carry out the partnership in a success way? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. I think that is always a lot of questions of what is the roles for the local authorities and also private sector and the NGOs. Actually, this NGO is a community-based NGO. They know exactly the local situation. So when we first just visit Indonesia, try to identify the potential sites, and we didn't know what kind of technology we are going to use. Actually, we just identify a few potential counterparts, and we share about our objectives for this kind of. We focus on the private sector involvement for energy access, for basic energy access and the water services. So that's exactly we got the information from the community-based NGO. Actually, they are the community-based NGO not only for energy and water. They also help the local community to improve their income activities, like they provide the technology to improve the daily kind of operation, and to rather than just only plant the rice, they also provide opportunities to do some fruit, like to improve the income. But for the private sector, actually, it's also quite interesting. The private sector is kind of hydropower company. They are doing a lot of hydropowers in different places, but when they learned that this is a kind of opportunity for them, they provide the technical information actually for the hydropower sites. They also provide their own products, like power generator is actually turbine from this private sector as a kind of input to set up the partnership with the community. They actually establish a joint venture. They call with the community cooperative and the private sector. They put their money there. That's exactly what I mentioned, to share the risk. It's not only the private sector, the community, they also do it. But the way is the community has no money. So that's from ASCAP, from the UN side, we just mobilize funding to support the community to establish the joint venture, and by providing this money as an equity from the community. So that means the joint venture is by the private sector and the community. So this is exactly based on the project that we made the policy suggestions for the government. If you really want to replicate this kind of model, the government needs to make this kind of financing ready to support the community and also the private sector. Actually, we are replicating this kind of model not only in Indonesia. Now we are doing it in Laos and Nepal. The technology depends on the local resources, but the model is exactly to bring the private sector. It's actually not the big private sector, because those big private sector usually they are really aim at the profit. At the same time, unless they are doing the CSR project, usually they are not at this kind of small scale project. So that is exactly, we work with the small and the medium-sized private sector and try to identify the local partners to work together. Now we are doing this in Nepal and Laos. And I think by end of next year, we will have several other kind of projects to be completed and based on the local resources. I think that's exactly the private sector role. They bring the technology, they bring their investment to this kind of project. Thanks.
Thanks, Hong Peng. Do we have other questions or comments or other experiences in the audience that you want to share? If not, I would actually have a question still to the case of Casablanca, which I found actually very closely related also to what we are talking about here. Maybe if you can help out with language. So you were working in Casablanca with informal settlements. And you were providing, with the whole institutional partnership, you were providing water, electricity, I think you mentioned maybe a third service, waste services. And in your case, we have heard now from the cases here in Sindamekar in Indonesia, in Meteni in Tanzania, that it was very important to work closely together with community-based organizations. So usually, even in informal settlements, you have some local organizations, residential organizations, people organize themselves in some way to defend their interests. Has there been any component in this partnership which also involved some sort of a local group that is located in these informal settlements?
Alors, c'est surtout les associations de quartier, les leaders de quartier avec lesquels nous travaillons dans le cadre de l'accompagnement de cette clientèle spécifique, qui nous permettent grâce à des focus groups, de sensibiliser la population à l'arrivée du service, puisque ces populations ne sont pas habituées au service. Et donc, nous nous appuyons beaucoup plus sur surtout pour les femmes, puisque bon, il y a beaucoup de femmes et d'enfants qui.
There are many women that are in charge of taking water from the sources. So especially it is the women who are helping normally, and this task is carried out by women normally.
That, yes, they have to work with community leadership. Sometimes it's organized, sometimes it's not. Very often it is some woman in the district who assumes the role of community leader, but it's not always a woman, but it is usually somebody from that community who helps. And the company organizes itself to try to interact much more positively with those people by setting up focus groups and those kind of things. So that's his answer to the question. But I'd also like to answer the question because I've fortunately had the privilege of visiting a lot of operations of this kind run by enormous companies and run by tiny companies. And the first thing I would say is that none of these companies are motivated entirely by profit. And small companies usually have to have a larger profit margin to survive than do big private companies. And public companies that want to survive sustainably over the long term also need to make a profit. It's not always called a profit, but unless there is a surplus in their operation, they are not sustainable. So we need to disconnect the emotional word from profit from the reality of providing public services. And the third point I would like to make, and we see this all the time, is the fantastic liberating effect in communities of having proper provision, reliable provision of these basic services. And it doesn't really matter whether you're talking about water, energy, sanitation, even transport. These local services are hugely liberating to the population. And I was talking to Said earlier on today, and I've seen myself in Casablanca, for example, the reality of the wealth creation. You can see in certain parts of Casablanca, if you look from on high, you can see the arrival of the water and sewage and electric services, because you can see the habitat changing as those services arrive. You can actually, if you go back over several months, you can see the physical impact that this has on the urban makeup. And you have to see it to believe it, but it shows how important it is to people.
Thanks a lot. There's a reply from Alice to add.
Yes, it reminds me of a very important thing that I forgot, because I liked very much your example also of the different tariffs, so that the people pay according to their ability to pay. And if you find the community-based, if you have the community involvement, this must be your experience as well. There is a great willingness to pay. They cannot pay for the investment, for the facilities to get there, to have the water and the sanitation and the grid. That's what they cannot pay for. But the maintenance, there's nobody who says, I'm not willing to pay for the service. Even if they have done the water user association as part of the project, so that the community is really also involved. And then the first thing is that they come up with the tariffs, and then they set automatically the tariffs as according to the ability to pay. In the case of Meteni, it was like that there is 4 primary schools, one secondary school, and not a hospital but an infirmary. And they didn't have any access to water. And being sort of like not having much of income, they cannot afford the water at the tariff coming from the gravity system, because then they have to pay per liter. So the community, the whole of the community decided that the next chunk of money would go to rainwater harvesting installations for those public buildings so that they would have the water first. And part of the community waited for another year to have water. So I can only second what you are saying. Yes.
Okay, check, Mr. Sahil, maybe a last comment, and I think we will have to close down. Or are we flexible? We are already eating into lunchtime. But let us see. I think this is just a very interesting moment here. So if you have 5 minutes more patience, we would appreciate that. So I don't have your name now in front of me, but I also see that Victor would like to add afterwards. So I can allow them. Okay, please.
Alors, en plus de la péréquation tarifaire, favorisant.
In addition to the tariff, there is also the possibility to give the service, the access for the investment. 250 euro per service, and in addition there's also the inscription of the register of every user. The authorities intervene and they get a benefit on it, and there are also other persons who come and they share the load of the investment, and they help thus the poor population.
To the cross-subsidy system that there is in the basic tariff structure, LEADEC also has a number of arrangements and partnerships with both the government and international agencies to bring in additional financing, particularly to help with the capital investment, which is regularly a problem.
Thank you, and I understand that, Victor, you have something to add to this debate.
No, estamos hablando.
Briefly, I want to say that we are speaking about establishing connections between water and energy, and as they are related, the problems of both are related, we should also relate the solutions. That's okay, but when it comes to discussing here, we are discussing separately the problems of the south from the problems of the north. And I also think that we should establish a kind of nexus between the citizens of the north and the citizens of the south, so that we could correct somehow the actual short sight of compassion. That is, I am only concerned about my neighbors, let's say. Cooperation has been reduced in 70%. Why? Here, now. Why? Because the crisis says, hey, no, first our neighbors, first our friends. If we have this culture, if we have this compassion, if we are so short-sighted, we cannot solve the problems of the planet. That means that we should have this empathy, this kind of empathy, so that we could be aware of the problems of the other, those living far away. This has enabled, on a longer term, countries such as France, for example, to have longer-term cooperation projects. And we should extend this to all cities of the world, because those drinking water, it is very easy to make him or her aware of the pains entailed of not having access to water, and therefore we should also create these connections on a longer term and on a longer distance.
Debate, and I think one can nearly say it in one sentence what the outcome of this conversation is, namely that it's not, again, one of these actors that can make it happen. All actors, local authorities, civil society, all kind of associations at local level, but also the private sector have all their own roles to play if we want to get forward if we want to make progress and want to make sure that we can provide water and energy services to everyone. So thanks a lot for your attention. Thanks a lot to Alice, Xavier, Victor, and Hong Peng. And thanks a lot to Josefina to make this possible for us to talk about these issues and discuss them with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I do think that you brought a very different perspective. You know, it wasn't the same conversation we had when we were talking about the companies and when we were talking about the local authorities. So the issue of who we are talking about matters, I think. Okay, I'm very different from yesterday on the energy companies and the industry, so thank you. Thank you very much. So, yes, we have... Yes, we were going to have 1 hour and 15 minutes. Now we have 1 hour and 5 minutes. I'm going to ask you, before you go for lunch, we have given you a little evaluation form about the conference, and I would like you to spend 2 or 3 minutes just giving us your thoughts about, before we leave, about what you think about the conference and what your proposals are. It won't take you very long. You don't have to write all of it. You can go to your places and also fill in the form. And that's one thing that I want to announce, so I'll leave you 2 or 3 minutes.
So I think our copy is on the table. Right? Yeah, we have.
Yeah. No, people are running away and can't care less.
Thank you, Barbara. Maybe the best moderator of the world.
Maybe there's someone else.
Many years ago in Spanish TV, it was an advertisement, TV advertisement, no? It's an advertisement, the beer, no? The beer is maybe the best beer of the world.
So just an announcement, we are going to go back here at 2:15, and please, the daily is out for today, sort of summarizing what happened yesterday, so please pick it up, and thank you to Benjamin for producing it. Thank you.
It's very important. Thank you.
I have said yes already.
It's for our website. Education purposes. 2 minutes.
So this would be now?
No, after the meeting. I don't want to come between you and your phone.
But if it was possible now, maybe it was better. Now I'm still high level of
Puedes coger el PowerPoint o el PDF, lo que tú prefieras.
Yo creo el PowerPoint, ¿no? Copiar. Lo nuestro es, yo creo que se llama Sahil. No. Pero